Alright, I am here. Yeah, Tover, I got up a little late and then I needed to do a few house things. Sorry. Oh, what's going on, Tover? What up, Edge? No, I was taking out the trash and microwaving some food. Kind of doing both. What up, mate? All good, mate. All good. No. Oh, yeah. Okay, so we're gonna buy our 1 hour profession one, and we're gonna claim all of our harvests or our farms really quick. And we're gonna do tokens won't start for 30 minutes. I'm doing pretty good. I slept pretty terribly. I think I went to sleep at like 2 or like 1:30. I woke up like every hour and a half, 2 hours until about 7:30. And then from 7:30 to like 11:30, I passed out. I got a good like solid 4 hours of straight sleep right at the end, but I don't feel terrible. I just feel a little tired still. Oh, good, Edge. Like I said, I got the tokens at 12:30, but if you're not gonna stay on for very long, I can do the tokens after um you get off. If you're not gonna stay on for very long, I can do them after. It's not too big of a deal. I just want to do my farms really quick so they don't disappear on me. So let me do those really quick. That'll take me like 15 minutes probably. That's all good, mate. I appreciate you, man. Yeah, wife came to bed and she did a whole bunch of stuff around the house today. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys. Next week, I don't know what my stream schedule is gonna be like because normally it would be a Monday, Tuesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday because I work Wednesday and Thursday, but I took Wednesday and Thursday off because we're getting new carpet in the house. And I need to be awake because there's no way I can sleep while they're doing that. So my sleep schedule is gonna be different. I'm gonna be sleeping at night for most of that week. So at least Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday and Thursday, I'm gonna be a night sleeper. So Monday and Tuesday, I might not be streaming. And then Wednesday, Thursday would be a regular non-stream day anyway, because I'd be working. But I think Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I'll be back on schedule. That's the plan. So, basically I'm taking 2 days off a stream, it seems like. Maybe 3. I might come back on Saturday. Yeah. I mean, the only thing you need to remember, mate, is you won't see me until next weekend. Like, I'll be up during the day, so, like, I can still answer questions on, like, Discord and, like, you know, see things like that, but I won't be streaming until the following weekend. Because, like, I'm working Friday, Saturday, Sunday this weekend, right? And then I normally would stream these days, but I'm taking these days off, and I work these days, which I'm also taking off. But I'll be back the 22nd, 23rd, 24th, or at least like Saturday and Sunday. So I won't be streaming again until next weekend. Cause we have, like I said, we're getting carpet in the upstairs of the house, in our bedrooms. So there's no way I can sleep when they're putting carpet in my bedroom. But we also need to paint the rooms before they carpet them, and then we have to move all the furniture and everything from like one side of the upstairs to the other side of the upstairs, and so on, because it's gonna be done between 2 days. Um, so it's like I'm gonna be painting the next couple of days, like, and I'm gonna be moving furniture and stuff like that. And like I said, I'm gonna be up during the day most of the time. Wife's gonna kill me by the end of the week. She's gonna be like, go back to nights so I don't have to put up with you all day long. Like, she can tolerate me for probably a few hours a day, and then after that, she just needs a break. Oh, okay. I honestly don't even know what my Epic login is. I got this one asks me for my birthday. Never close enough. Yeah, I have no idea what my login is. So, whatever, don't care. I also need to eat my pizza. Gotta get my snack on. Oh, get another Zombie Survivor going full release soon? Hell yeah. I mean, honestly, it doesn't surprise me that the game has sold that many copies. I do think it took a little too long, but with how many games are in that genre, it makes sense because it's kind of flooded and it's hard to stand out, right? And there's no like advertisement for it or anything, so I feel like it is a little like a gem, kind of hidden, and I think it's going to just keep growing. I think it's a great game. I think it's much more fun than Vampire Survivors. Vampire Survivors is cool, and I did enjoy it, but it got really stale really quick. Where I start building a build, and then I just stand still, and I gotta wait like 25 minutes for the game to end. But I heard they kind of changed that up a little bit. Like they gave you like a speed up feature and some other things like that or something. Oh, question for you, Edge. You might have an answer. I don't think so though. So the VODs channel. Yesterday, and I've noticed it a couple other times, that when I go to like end my stream, I go and check the stats of it or whatever, and it tells me that there's like 3 messages or 4 messages that were sent. But when I look at the chat history, there's no messages. Any idea? Okay. Oh, um, probably like maybe a little less than 5 minutes. I just gotta finish clearing out this pen and then the next pen. The next pen only has like 16 plants in it. It took me a little longer because I was eating and talking, not paying attention. Or I was doing a lot of like standing still. Getting close to a farming level though. All right, I'm ready. Just gotta drop this off at the bank, and then I'm good. Yeah, I think that last place was really good. What up, Pip? Yeah, a little bit of a late night start. I had to take the trash out and got up a little late. And I didn't sleep very long. Like, well, I guess that's the wrong opposite. I kept waking up while I was trying to sleep, so I kind of slept kind of meh. So I ended up sleeping in longer than I normally do. Honestly, majority of my sleeping in is just because the wife didn't come to bed after 11. Coming to bed at like 11:15, 11:20, instead of like 10:30, which means that I get up late because I just sleep until she gets there. No injury capping, bro. That's so screwed. Watch. One of these days you're gonna get like 4 of them. Oh, I have the wrong weapon on. Oh, I have the wrong weapon on. I'm running backwards. Oh, you stood there too long. I got 1's attention. I got 2's attention. 3's attention. I gotta get this one. Alright. Whew. Forgot I was doing a hunter yesterday and I had all my I had my ranged weapon on. Alright, let me pop this and switch pets. That's a great way to start things off. My bad. I'm gonna kill a few of these so I can mount up really quick. Do, 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 do. Ugh. I just wish I had more aggro generation. And not more damage, just more threat generation. So I don't have to worry about them just walking off. Because the main dilemma is I don't want to stand still to auto attack until all the small mobs are dead. So I don't get a lot of damage on the elite ones until the small fries are dead. Most of small fries don't die until you attack. So kind of like a double-edged sword. How'd you pull a few? What the hell? Oh, you got a buff running, right? How much XP do these big guys give you this time? Now that we're a level different from each other still. They give me 22,400. Okay. So it is the same amount of XP, okay. I just felt like it was more when I leveled up. See, oh, I stood still for 1 second. Alright, well, you're not gonna res me running in circles, so. We'll just run back. I definitely don't know how I feel about the resing system. He's alive! That's good. The plus. Alright, I'm back, Edge. I pulled the big group again. Yeah, I stopped to attack after you pulled, and they weren't frozen yet, so it killed me. That's why I was saying I have to wait for them to all be dead before I can stand still. Which is why you always end up pulling aggro off of like 2 and 3 stars. Did you die as well, Edge? Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I just saw you were running in circles. I was like, well, we only got like 10 seconds left. I'm just gonna run back. There's like no point in me wait trying to see if you can like res me or not. Next group. Did you plus 3 all your armor as well, Edge? Just to give yourself a little bit more like defense and stuff? Oh, okay, okay, okay. Oh yeah, because you didn't get the 60 gear. I forgot. Were you gonna go and purchase 60 gear, or were you gonna just wait till hit 75? To buy 75 gear? Be cheaper just to wait. No 60 on the market? Interesting. I wonder if that would be like a decent like selling feature. Just to craft 60 gear, like decent level 60, like high grade 60 gear, put it on the market. I wonder if people would actually buy it. I wonder if there's none on the market because everybody's buying it. Like all the new players and people trying to level up their characters. I feel like level 60 gear to craft isn't a very high crafting level. You might be able to make some decent money doing that. There was another walking elite. I think I missed the aggro pull on him, but I could be wrong. Oh man, seeing that nuke is so nice. Do you at least have a like a level 60 weapon?
Would you like a cup of water?
Just not 60 armor?
Thirsty as fuck right now.
Because if you don't have a 60 weapon, I might be able to craft you one. I have to look, but nice, nice mate. That's what I'm working on right now. I'm hitting the first island, and I'm like just trying to level up the first couple boats that require gold bars. To 400 before I move on from Island 1 to Island 2. Unless the boats that require Island 1 materials, I'll... Damn it! Damn it! I was strafing, but I got too close. Shit. I'll be back. Yeah, I got you, mate. Oh, you didn't plus it? Oh, I think you should take the time to plus that. It'll take you like 2 minutes. You should back out and go plus that to 3 Edge. It'll give you an extra like 150 damage. Like not even exaggerating. And that 150 damage scales off of the percentage of your weapon. Or off the percentage of your skill. So your meteor doing almost 500% damage will be scaled by the extra 150 damage on your weapon. I think it is, if I recall, it was the dragon scale. I think I needed 2 dragon scales and 1 thunder hilt. I think it was these 2. Yeah, so your meteor is gonna do like an extra like 1,000 damage or something. Yeah, that store. So just whatever that store says you need, or whatever it says you need, just buy from that store. It'll be easy. I would say that it'll give you like, I think we won't have any issues with trash mobs going forward with that slight extra increase in your damage. I wouldn't say 50% more, but it's definitely going to be a decent chunk more. Because his weapon probably does like 500 or 600 damage like by itself, but giving it an extra 100 to 150 damage is definitely a good like 20% increase. 15-20% increase in damage. Also, your rings, I think it's your rings or your amulet. One of them gives you attack power. If you haven't plussed that one, I would plus that one as well. I'm just trying to pick up my drops, and then I'm gonna back up and wait for you. I should have sold my stuff while I was at town. Maybe I'll do that while I wait on you. I just wanted to pick up my mats really quick. Let me run back to town really quick and sell. Actually, I'm just gonna teleport. Uh, yeah. One of the accessories or two of the accessories gives attack power. And once again, the higher your attack power goes, the higher the scaling goes for the skill. So that's DP. Yeah, so your rings, they give magical AP. Like this gives 39 plus 9, so it's not like an extra 10. This is like an extra 9.3. Yeah, so it's the two rings. Even if you only have level 50s, like getting an extra like 8 to 10 AP off of each, that AP just really scales really hard. Let's sell a bunch of stoof. Oh, Edge, look, level 100 purple spear. Good starting point. Yeah, you can have this spear if you want. It's only a 240 grade, but I mean, obviously level 100 as well, so it's gonna take you a while to get there, but it's purple and it's 240. Obviously you want something closer to like 380 or something like that, but it's a good starting point. Because like a 240 blue and a 240 purple are definitely different when it comes to the amount of weapon damage it has. It's like, look how much weapon damage this thing has. It's 528, which is only 28 more power than my current level 60. So it's not that much better. But it does, when you add the +3 to it, it does get a lot better. Like 20 extra base AP on that weapon there isn't too terrible. Simple bait. Why'd you link me simple bait? So interesting. I'm gonna catch some chickens and stuff while I wait on you. Let me know when you're back. Oh, I hate that. Off by like a fucking, like my timing is just like a fraction off and it just like ruins each catch. Whoa. Okay, let's not talk about that. I lassoed him and did my attack ability at him at the same time, so I jumped past him. But I kept lassoing him the whole time. That was interesting. On my way. Sounds good. Yeah, so I'm gonna definitely have an aggro problem on the 2s and 3s now, with you having more damage for sure, Z's. But the trash mob should die faster. Oh god, went down the wrong pipe. Oh my god. Oh, took a drink and it went right down the wrong pipe. Woo, that hurt. Oh, all right, sorry about that. All right, there's a couple of elites right here and right here. All right. One of these elites back. Yeah, you even pulled the blue, the 1 stars off me. I need to get some more pets so I can evolve my my collector. There's so many elites around here. I'm just trying to pull them all. Bring him this way. Yeah, when you cut him back and back and back, it's hard for me to like grab him. Far ever? I don't. That's the new MMO, right? I think I saw Willie trying it the other day. The streamer. I think he had a sponsored stream for it the other day. It looked okay. But I wasn't like, I only watched like 20-30 minutes of it. It looked like it would be something fun, but it really reminded me of Palia, which I really like Palia. But it kind of reminded me of like a Palia playstyle, which I'm not opposed to. But I didn't see, like I said, I didn't look into it all that much. I didn't watch for very long. I didn't ask any questions or anything. But it seemed like it didn't have a whole lot of like professions at a glance. Like it had exploration and had like treasure chests to find and things like that. Which, you know, that's cool. I'm not much of an explorer myself. I'm more of like a profession person. So if it only has like generic couple professions, I'm probably not going to be very interested in it. Because most of my interest in video games is professions. Like I like to run around and gather like wood and ore and like herbs, and I like to do like, you know, alchemy and cooking and blacksmithing and fletching, and just I like to craft lots of things because I typically play Ironman, right? Solo self-found Ironman. And it's not that I try and craft my own gear, but I just enjoy running around gathering materials and leveling up professions more than I do doing PvP, right? And one of the things that this game is currently lacking in that I'm playing is it doesn't have a lot of like PvE content other than professions. which is fine. I love professions. Professions take a long time to actually level up, but they don't have any raids. They have a couple of dungeons which are kind of just useless. At its core, they're kind of just like dog shit useless. Like it reminds me of like a Greater Rift from Diablo 3, right? Like useful because you need the materials from it, but at the end of the day, like they're so boring. Like it just makes you not want to run them. And that's kind of like what I feel like the dungeons are like in this game. But that game, I don't really know exactly what all it has to offer. Cause like I said, I haven't really looked into it. I didn't really see much of it when Willie was playing it. Graphics wise, it looks cool. The map looked cool. You know, the combat looked fine. Like it didn't strike me as like a bad game. It just, I think it being new, it needs stuff to be added, right? It needs cook time. Just like any other new game, it needs cook time. Um, Obviously every RPG, I would say, or every MMO has potential to be a good game. It just depends on the devs and their focuses, right? If their focus is adding content but not polishing content, they're going to struggle, right? My big thing is if a game doesn't polish the content they add, it's a dead game. You can add all the coolest content in the world to your game, have all the best mechanics and everything that you could possibly ever want in a video game. But if you don't polish it and you don't get rid of tediousness and annoyances and a lot of extra bullshit steps and stuff in your game, where people have to constantly just do workarounds and tinker and just a whole bunch of just nonsensical things just to accomplish like a simple thing like splitting items in their inventory, your game is a dead game. Because majority of the people that play video games are casuals, and if your casuals are finding it too annoying and too tedious to sit there and just, oh, I have to click this button, that button, do this, do that, click that, drag this, drag that, just to split an item in their inventory, they're not going to want to play your video game. Because that's just one interaction in your game, let alone the other 30,000 interactions in your game that are probably just as tedious. So that's the one problem I have with this game is there's a lot of tedious actions and things that have to be tediously done. And until they polish those out, I don't think this game is going to grow much more, even though it has tons of content. There's tons of things for people to interact with and have fun with, but it lacking good dungeons and raids and then having too many tedious actions, this game struggles for that reason. And that game, like I said, I haven't looked into it, but every new game has the same problems, right? They're tedious, they're missing polish, they're missing refinement, they're missing content. They need time to cook and grow and get and add that stuff. And that's fine. I have no qualms with that at all. I just like I said, that game specifically I haven't looked into all that much. I only heard about it because Willie did a stream for it, and it looked cool. I just don't know yet. I'm just stuck on this game right now, so it's gonna be a while before I get around to trying something else. Exactly, Carl. And like that's the thing. Like this game has a ton of professions, but that's all it has for um PvE. Like it only has professions. It has the dungeons, but the dungeons are just, I wouldn't say lackluster is the wrong word, but they're so boring. You can literally speed run them in 3 minutes by yourself solo. Bro, my aggro was terrible. I've told you this hundreds of times. Like you honestly have to wait to attack. Like if you don't wait to attack, you're gonna pull aggro every time. And even if you do pull aggro, like a lot of times I can pull it back, but that time they wouldn't leave me alone. I think are you auto attacking while you're kiting? Because like it's just sometimes I just cannot pull aggro off of some of these mobs, no matter what I do. Not a bad tank. I'm just not a tank. There's a difference. Community Night and Echo? Wait, what's Echo? FIP. My problem with FIP is game companies overuse the title early access. Early access should only be used for alphas and betas and pre-releases. So if you have a pre-release where you buy the game and you get like 7 days early access before the game comes out, that's fine. Yeah, I don't know what Echo is. Never heard of it. Well, so yeah, so that's the one downside FIP is like they go into early access before like they're quote unquote ready because they want people in the game giving feedback, XYZ, they need currency or whatever, like they're, you know what I mean? Are you pulling mobs too? Okay, that's gonna be interesting. So like that's one of the big things, right? They go into early access, they do their damnedest to like grow the community of the game or whatever they can, best they can. Hopefully, yeah, you're gonna pull all the aggro. If it wasn't 3 stars, I'd be able to res you. I mean, the big problem there is when you pulled all the mobs, I have to get aggro on everything. And I'm not hitting the big group that you nuke. So then you just instantly pull all aggro. Oh, that sounds kind of cool. You have to stop a meteor. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, I think one of the games that I really like, that I like, and I think is a really cool community night game is Project Zomboid. Like that's a really really cool community night game. But yeah, Kron. So what ends up happening is these game companies, they like this game for example. If you look at all its Steam reviews, majority of its negative reviews are when it was in early access. So it killed the Steam reviews. It killed the potential of the early part of the game because the game did suck in early access. It was terrible. And by full release, it had such bad reviews, but they had fixed it that nobody wanted to play the game. Now people are trickling in slowly and steadily because, you know, people are showing it off, people are streaming it, people are seeing how good it's gotten, and they're like countering the negative reviews quite a bit. But the damage is kind of already done. Now the problem they're running into right now isn't so much that they're now full released with bad, reviews. It's they're doing nothing but adding content, and they haven't polished anything, right? So they've done nothing for the last, I want to say, for the last roughly 3 months of being released. They've done nothing but add new content. I knew I was gonna die, bro. The second I stopped to attack, I'm never gonna stop attacking until those groups are dead. Because I'm like, when you do the pull, I'm half expecting like the freeze to follow up. So I'm trying to attack as much as I can to try and hold aggro. So when you pull, I'm like, all right, freeze is coming. So I stop to stand still to attack faster, to get my attack speed back, to do more damage, to keep aggro, and then it kills me. That's the third time I've died, and I've died the same way every time. That's so annoying. Not your fault in any way, obviously. Like I'm not trying to blame you, so don't take that as the wrong way. But it literally kills me every time. So annoying. I don't want you to have all the aggro. I don't want you to die because you keep pulling aggro off of me, but there's nothing I can do about the aggro. Like even if I use an ability, I don't do enough damage in comparison to your abilities to keep the aggro off of you. Because your nuke just hits so damn hard. I'm here! I don't know why those ones pulled to you, even though I ran through them. Trying to kill that 3-star that was just on your dick. There we go. Jesus. Yeah, I like crafting based progression. But I don't hate boss progression either, right? So if you add raids that have raid equipment, that raid equipment isn't like full sets, but they are complementary like items that round out a build or make or break like kind of niche builds, right? So maybe you have like a world boss, right, that drops a trinket that can make a dot build, right? Like without the trinket, the dot build doesn't work. That's kind of cool, right? Or, you know, maybe there's like um some sort of like, I wouldn't say skill or ability, but like um trying to think, like, you know how there's like stones that we can attach to skills in this game? What if there's like stones that only dropped out of world bosses or raids that added like a feature to a skill that otherwise was non-existent? See, that something like that would be cool. So you get progression from doing that content, and it's kind of cool. It's different. Uh, but I do like games that force you to do, well, maybe not force, but in order to get like slightly better gear, it's not about grinding mobs nonstop. It's about crafting and getting like either a lucky craft or something along those lines where you actually craft a really good item or weapon or something instead of just grind mobs until you finally get something good. Because like this is the reason I get bored is like there's nothing wrong with mob grinding in games like in MMOs, because that's like the crux of an MMO RPG is mob grinding. You need to have a reason to mob grind. And if there's no reason to mob grind, then you've kind of killed your MMO to begin with. It's just I hate mob grinding. So you need to have an alternative. Kind of like what we were just talking about. You need an alternative way to acquire gear and items and stuff that isn't revolved around grinding the same mobs for hundreds of hours. Like obviously grinding mobs to get EXP, perfectly acceptable and fine and dandy. Um, but if you're just grinding mobs to grind mobs for money, or you know what I mean, or just EXP, and the rest of this, the reason you're grinding them, it like makes no sense, then I don't know. I'm not feeling it. Like BDO, for example, BDO's mob grind puts me to sleep. Like straight up, I fall asleep the second I start grinding in BDO. But you need to mob grind in BDO at some point because you need upgrade materials, you need, you know, item drops, unless you're buying them from other people that are doing mob grinds. I mean, there's a reason that you have to mob grind in BDO, but at the same time, like, it's boring, for me at least. This game has the same problem. You have to mob grind to get your pets unless you buy them from other people, which obviously is perfectly fine if you not play non-Ironman, like you don't have to grind like any mobs. Perfectly acceptable to play this game without killing like anything, except for in the beginning when you have to do all like the quests. I don't know. It's really hard to find a forever game for me because I have so many niche things that kind of like, not that I hate about video games, but that I look for in a game, and every game is different. Like some games I like the grind, other games I hate the grind. I like the game, like sometimes I like a game that has a good like mob grind. Sometimes I hate a game that has a certain mob grind. Just depends on the mob grind, like how annoying the mob grind is and what the reasoning behind the mob grind is before I can really say if I like or dislike it. Because depending on the nature of which they do it, it can be boring or fun. I don't know. Well, that's the same thing with Project Zomboid, Phip. is Project Zomboid is a very long process. Like it's a never-ending survival thing. There's no like beating the game, right? It's about setting up a community, like a base that has infinite resources basically. So basically you have like infinite water, you have infinite food for survivability purposes, and you have to put up defenses and kill off hordes of zombies as they randomly show up. Because of the way that the hordes kind of like roam the map periodically and just sporadically, they'll eventually just stumble upon your base and you gotta like defend, and you guys still gotta go out and do scavenging runs for materials and mats and gear and equipment. And it's so hard for anybody to max out every profession. So usually you have people that like specialize in certain professions. You have like the base builders, you have like the farmers, you have the combat people, you know, like everybody can kind of combat, but like certain people like maybe specialize in guns, some people maybe specialize in, oop, I'm full already. Like different types of weapon styles and stuff. I moved down here, Edge. Yeah, I saw you gathering them up, and I was like, I'm just gonna move to the next area so it's not all sporadic. Yeah, so for me, the older I've gotten, the less forever games I've found. Right, when I was younger, I got into RuneScape, I got into World of Warcraft, I got into Counter-Strike, and I mained those three games for 15 years. I still play RuneScape, but I don't play it like I used to. I don't play WoW anymore. I don't play Counter-Strike or FPS anymore. Even though I like FPS. I mean, I bounced around to all the different BRs. I've played almost every FPS that I, wanted to try. Uh, just like I've tried so many games. I've played so many different things. And like most MMOs I've played, I just there's something about them that I don't like. Like some games I've tried and I hated because their economy was just bad, right? Oh, that almost killed me. Woo! Yeah, you suck. Like pulled them all to the sides. I was like strafing into them. I got too close. Almost killed myself again. That was crazy. But yeah, I've quit some because their economies sucked. I quit some because they were PvP focused. I quit some because there was no professions. Like there's always something about a game that just kind of feels bad, right? Or I quit some because there's a true pay to win where you see a guy swipe a credit card and now like and it's like open world PvP and the guy just roams around killing everybody, right? So it's like a complete literal just I don't mind if there's pay to win as long as it doesn't impact my enjoyment in a game. The second that you can swipe your credit card to be strong, like super strong, like raid boss style, and it impacts the playability of other players in the game, that's where I draw the line of pay to win. And there's been a few games that were like that, and yeah, it's not a big deal. It's cool if you like that kind of play. You like that kind of play. It's not a big deal. But I'm not gonna play an open world PvP game where you got raid boss roaming the fucking maps, one-shotting everybody that can't die. It's not worth playing. I'm not gonna play a game where the only thing that there is to do is combat grind or PvP. I'm not gonna play a game that they have no PvE. Like they don't have any raids, they don't have any dungeons. They have like 5 fucking professions and like there's just nothing to do but PvP. Like not gonna play a game like that. It's just like there's very few games that are ever gonna probably even scratch remotely close to a forever game for me. Since like my particular like cup of tea is, I would say, I wouldn't say niche, but it's very particular. Yeah. MMORPGs are my forever genre for sure. Like, it just suits my casual enjoyment to play style, not taking it super serious. Because I don't want to play like a min-max. I have to min-max, I have to super try hard, I have to put deodorant on to play a video game. I don't want to be that guy, right? Which is where MMOs fall in. MMOs fall into that place where I don't have to super try hard, I don't have to sweat lord it, I can just log in. Maybe I have to be a little efficient with my logins, right? Log in every like 12 hours or something. I have to like make sure I log in to do X. I have to make sure I do Y. Every day that I log in, it's like, yeah, maybe I have to do something like that, but I don't have to like, all right, I gotta HP snapshot this. I gotta make sure I put on this card when I do this. I gotta put this pet on when I do this. I have to take this potion when I do this. I have to make sure I have this equipment, and this, that, and kind of like BDO style, right? If you're min-maxing in BDO, you have to like full equipment swap, full potion swap, fucking every time you switch from one profession to another, and it's really annoying, right? I don't want to have to super try hard when I play a video game. I want to log in. I just want to have some fun, even if I'm like not getting the best, like most min-max efficient, progression as other people could. As long as I'm having fun, as long as I am making progression, as long as it's enjoyable and tolerable to me, I'm down for it. But every game kind of hits a different part of what I'm looking for in a game, but not all the parts. Video is the closest. Video is the closest to my forever game. The reason I never played BDO is because there is too much of a PvE grind in that game. Everything is a grind. Everything. And the amount of grind is so ridiculous, it burns me out every single time. No matter how lightly I try to play the game, I get burnt out because of how grindy the game is. And I don't mind a grind, but there's a difference between like heavy grinding to complete something and heavy grinding just a heavy grind, right? Because there's no completing anything in BDO. You can't actually complete anything. You can get to max profession level, but you haven't completed it because there is no completion, right? You literally do professions just to do professions. You do professions just to make money, and you make money just to upgrade your gear. So there's no like end goal in sight in BDO, which is what kind of ruins BDO. Is there's a super massive like 20,000 hour grind, right, with no end in sight because there's no like end goalpost that you're shooting for, right? And then same thing with like the combat. There's no max level, so you're indefinitely grinding for higher level, levels, and you're definitely grinding for the goal. Like the gear goalpost is constantly moving. So you're always moving the gear goalpost year after year. So you like I said, the game is really fun. It has everything you could want in an MMO, but it's just so flippin' grindy. Like way, way, way too grindy. But I love that game. I wish there was more games like BDO, but with maybe some in-game, like with some like goalposts, right? I would love there to be like a goalpost ending point where okay, I've reached the pinnacle and I'm good. And I don't mind things being indefinite and forever, Pip. The problem I have with indefinite and forever is I don't have a goalpost to shoot for, right? Like that's the true problem with it. If you don't have like a goalpost to shoot for, like a goal or an end result of a stopping point, and you're just grinding to grind, it kind of just gets stale, right? It's like it's a bad analogy, but it's like that one thing. It's like if you were trapped on a deserted island and you could have one food for the rest of your life, what would it be, right? And no matter what you pick, eventually you're going to get bored of it, right? If you're playing a game and it has an indefinite, permanent non-stop grind of something and there's never a stopping point, you're going to get bored of it eventually. No matter how fun, no matter how enjoyable it is, after 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 hours of killing the same mob repetitively, day in and day out, you're going to get bored. I think I would pick tacos. Tacos is such a generic type of food, right? You can do different meats, you can do different toppings, you can do different styles, you can do like deconstructed styles, right? So you can have like hard shell, soft shell, bowl. You know, you can put rice on it. You can put, you know, different types of ingredients inside of it, chips or whatever. So many different ways you can eat tacos. You can do like sweet sauces. You can do hot sauces. You can do no sauces, right? Like it's so versatile of a food. Tacos is definitely my way to go. So, I could understand the player drop like worry, right? It makes sense. I will definitely say I think this game will probably, if I had to guess, this game's um player base will probably idle somewhere around the point of where New World idled, somewhere between 3,000 and 6,000 players on an average regular basis. That's probably where this game will idle for a long time, if not indefinitely. And I think it's just because it's new. It's like I said, still needs time to grow. It needs time to add content. It needs time to polish things. And as that stuff gets added and as that stuff gets polished, maybe the population grows a little bit. But with all the other games that are coming out and all the other games people are trying, some people will never come back to try it again. And some people might, you know, try it eventually, but then go back to an original game. So I feel like this game, it might not be a like a WoW killer, but it'll hold a good couple thousand player base going forward, most likely, at least unless they kill it. Like I said, and if they screw up their releases and their polishments and stuff, and the progression of like the content they're adding and quality of life and stuff, if they ruin that, then they've killed their game. That's the biggest, hardest thing as a game developer, is to get that portion correct. If you get that portion incorrect, you killed your game. Like there's nothing you can come back from with that. But I would say if you're not a huge PvP fan, this game is lacking. So if you're a PvE fan and you really enjoy like raiding and dungeons and profession grinding and like open world like exploration and like maybe jump puzzles and things like that, things that keep your interest in like doing event-based things around the world, because they have like you know, seasonal events that pop off and you're doing like different seasonal events and things in different continents for different reasons. If you like that kind of stuff, this game is not for you. Because the majority of the way this game is designed as of currently is it's about PvP, it's about guild versus guild, it's about one versus ones, arenas. Literally, that's all it's based around. It's a literal PvP game. Open world PvP channels, obviously. Some of the professions can only be done in PvP channels as well. So that, you know, kind of forces you into PvP doing those contents. And then you have the guild versus guild weekly, you know, engagements. You have like the Zenith battles, you have the arenas, you have the 1v1 battles that happen like every week or two. You have the castle sieges that are coming down the road. You have territory control that is coming down the road. You know, you have all these different systems that are coming into the game, and almost every single one of them is PvP related. So I would say PvP is not your cup of tea, just move on. Now, that's not to say that with the polishment and the content additions and stuff that they're going to be adding, that they might not add more PvE content to kind of 50-50 the game out. But as it's looking right now, they look to be heavy PvP focused. So Now I will say, Kron, if you're looking for more of a PvE-esque game that has like things like world bosses and events and holiday things and just raids and dungeons and all sorts of stuff like that, I would say probably look into playing Guild Wars 2. Now I will say Guild Wars 2 has its own problems, but it's still a very good game. You going to bed? Forever, yeah, give Forever a try if you like it, or you get some information about it that you think I might be interested in, let me know. But appreciate you for being here. Have a good night. Talk to you next time. See you, see you. Bye, bye, bye. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, you're already at 65 too, Edge? Nice. Holding aggro is fucking impossible. So ridiculous. Sorry, I've been missing some of your messages, Fip. I'm trying to read them in between what I'm doing. And yeah, Fib, like I said, I'm catching every once in a while of your messages. But yeah, I'm a big indie fan because I think I'm a little biased with it, but I feel like AAA game titles and stuff like that, big name companies, they're kind of falling out of favor because they kind of just copy and paste what they've done in the past. They just like recreate the same things that have been successful. And they're not trying to reinvent the wheel. They're not trying to like, do anything new or innovative. Like, oh, well, this worked before, so let's just do it again. Oh, this worked in the past. Let's do it again. Let's just recopy and paste what we did before. Let's remaster our old stuff. Like, I feel like they're getting really stale. They're just taking tried and true systems and throwing it at us multiple ways with different skins on them. That's my big problem with like AAA titles right now. Which is one of the reasons why like WoW is kind of like really falling off for me. Your timer's almost done? Alright, sounds good. Yeah, mine has 6 minutes left. But it's good that you hit 65. How close are you to 66? Cause I'm like already 17% in. Can you grab this one star? Oh, so you're only 24%? Okay. You basically got like a whole level to go still. Gotcha. I mean, I think this is a really good grind spot. I'm just sad I haven't gotten a pet. Well, not that I noticed. You want to go until your buff is over? Ugh. Yeah, just have to pay more attention to when your freeze goes off. 'Cause I was trying to anticipate your freeze before, which is why I kept dying. Yeah, man, I'm cruising. I'll be 75 in no time. The problem I'm gonna run into is I'm not gonna have 75 gear. I might have to go to a set. Oh wait, didn't I save a full 75 set or close to a full 75 set? I think I did. I think I did. So I might not have the problem I was thinking I was gonna have. I thought I was gonna have to stay in 60 gear until I got to 100. But if I have 75 gear, that'd be pretty nice. I'll get that jump in damage and survivability, making this a little bit faster and easier. I mean, you don't have to do freeze then NATO. It's honestly, I was anticipating the NATO into a freeze, like kind of back to back fast, which isn't necessary. I was just anticipating it, the freeze coming out sooner after the suck. And so, because like the way my attack speed works when I stop moving, obviously I need like one or two attacks to get my attack speed back to like not being slowed from movement. So I was trying to stand still right after the tornado in preparation for the freeze. Um, so I have the extra attack speed while they're frozen to try and get the extra damage output, just to have the extra DPS out to try and hold aggro better. That's what I was like I said. That's what I was picturing in my head. I'd seen you do it a handful of times, and like, all right, so we can back to back do both the CCs, and then I could just jump in with the faster auto attacks while they're frozen to get a little bit extra aggro down. So hope prevent them from moving so much. But I've gotten a little scared of standing still recently, so I haven't been really standing still like at all until everything is dead except for the stars. All right, I have 1 minute left on my buff. I don't know how much time you have on yours. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not super worried about it. I mean, do whatever you're gonna do. I'm trying to do my damnedest to hold aggro off of you. I'm trying not to die at the same time. That's the big problem. Oh, and then use zigzag. Always run to the side. It makes it so hard to pull. I wish the pull was a little bigger, because when I throw it in a straight line, I have to wait for it to come back. Like when you're going to the side, even if it's a marginally to the side, it's just by the time it comes back, they've run away from my blade, and I just missed the pull, and it's like, fuck. Now I gotta run over and try and get the aggro. It's so annoying. I said, it's nothing you're doing wrong. It's just the nature of the ability. The ability just kind of, the very tight, like, pull. Doesn't have a lot of, like, range on it. Or width on it, I should say. That would be really cool. I wish, okay, that would be a really cool, system to add to this game. I don't know if most of you played Lost Ark, but Lost Ark has a, like, I wouldn't say talent system, but like each skill has like its own like benefits or like talents that you can attach to them, and you can like increase the width, you can increase the range, you can, you know, change the skill altogether to be, instead of like a straight line, you can turn it into like 180-degree like fan wave instead. Like, that would be sick. So then you can like customize your abilities for whatever situation you're trying to play it as. That would be cool. But I'm not a tank. Not a tank. I'm tempted to switch to Sword and Shield though. Not right now, but I definitely am thinking of I wanted to originally, is once I eventually find a way to get some leech, I wanted to switch to Sword and Shield. Alright, sounds good. Yeah, I want to switch to Sword and Shield. Uh I don't know if they have increased threat generation, but they have a lot of AoE skills. Yeah, it's all good, Edge. All good in the hood, man. Appreciate you hanging out and joining us. Getting a good old grind of coal in. Alright. Now I just head over and do our tokens and then get some grinding in. Hey, we did get a level 2. 100, got even a little bit more than a whole level. I think we started at like 20% or 15% or something. We're at 30% already into the next level. It's pretty solid. I don't think we got any pets, which is kind of frustrating. We did an hour of grinding and I didn't get a single damn pet. Super annoying, but is what it is. I need to go to the first zone. I should have went to the first town. Oh well. Let's see what we have here. So we got this to sell. This. I did get a weapon though. Look at this. 783 fizz damage. So 280 damage more without being plussed. So once I hit 100, I do have a weapon to start with. So that's something. Yeah, not a single pet. Kind of annoying. Alright. Let's go here to dump off what we have. Alright, sounds good, Edge. I'll see you later, man. Like I said earlier, I'll be up during the day next week. So I'll be working this weekend, so I'll be up all night this weekend if you want to do something. But next week, if I have free time in the middle of the day, maybe I'll get online and chat with you a little bit. Maybe we can play some things during your stream time. I can be a guest on your stream for once, as long as it's not Sea of Thieves. But I appreciate you, man. Take it easy. Talk to you later. And yeah, we'll chat later. I appreciate you. Alright, so we gotta put this away, that away. These gotta go away. These gotta sell. Oh, I'm gonna give this to Edge. These might as well just, as I say, might as well just keep those, but and then the rest. Yeah, sorry, me reading chat today has been a real problem, so I'm sorry about that. Not really reading chat like I normally would. I'm gonna put this weapon in the first town for you if you want it. You can always keep it for myself, but I don't really care that much. I just know you like the spear. The spear seemed pretty cool. So if I find another spear, I'll definitely keep one for myself, but yeah, like Lost Ark was a pay to win, but it was like an indirect pay to win. Like if the community didn't turn into the community it was, Lost Ark would be able to be played without being pay to win. 100% could have been played without being pay to win. But what ended up happening was the pay to win players, they basically swipe their credit card to get ahead in gold, then get ahead in enhancements, to then force the community into a perpetual cycle of in order to run dungeons / raids, you had to pay for a carry. And the community kind of just accepted this, and no one would run a traditional raid going forward. There was progression groups, but there was either progression groups or there was carry groups. And if you tried to start your own group that was a non-carry group, if your group failed one pull, everybody left, and it was pointless to even run. Because people wanted to be carried, people wanted to have smooth, clears. They didn't want to die or whatever. And it kind of put the community into you either pay for a carry or you get into a progression group or something, which was very rare. So it forced it into a point where you were paying people for carries, but then you ran out of gold because you weren't making gold from your carries. You were paying your gold to the carries. They get all the gold, they get all the progression, you get nothing. And in order for you to progress, you then have to swipe your credit card. So it was a heavy pay to win system. But it was purely because of the way that the community accepted what the whales were doing. If the community didn't accept the whale system, it would have been fine. But the community kind of ruined it. All right, so we need this. Oh wait, we needed more than that. I wasn't paying attention. Okay, so we need 2 sets. So we need 32. Then we need 32 of these. But I will say, Lost Ark was so much fun. Like the combat system was super like fluid and it felt really engaging and it was kind of responsive and it was just such a fun game. It's just the community ruined the game. Like I would try to get into like one of the monster hunts, right? And there'd just be like 2 or 3 people there just trying to get a carry doing literal nothing. And then the one person like you'd be trying to do something and everybody would just leave because the boss wasn't dying instantly. They weren't getting carried. And they're looking for carries for monster hunts. And then if you're not in a carry for monster hunt, most of those people suck. And you end up like soloing the damn boss because everybody's standing in, mechanics they're not supposed to be standing in. They're dying, they're taking up all the reses, and then you're left soloing a boss from fucking 95% of its life. It's just the game was just such a shit show. The community was so bad. But if you were strong enough to be able to solo everything by yourself with no help, then the game was fun. Unless you had a group. If you had a group to play with, the game was extremely fun. Like I said, the combat was super, like, engaging and super fun to play. Absolutely loved the combat in that game. It's probably the most fun in combat I've had in a long time, other than, like, BDO. It was very engaging. It was very smooth. It was pretty fast paced. Had a lot of complexities to it, enjoyment. It was a great game. Like I can't complain. It's just what ruined the game for me. Obviously, I could get past the community forcing me to pay for things and the progression being kind of halted because I had to pay so much gold for carries and XYZ. What ruined it for me was their achievement system and the fact that you couldn't 100% the game. Sounds silly, but there was things in the game that were impossible to complete because if you tried to complete it, it was either impossible to complete because they buffed it so much that a group couldn't actually kill it in its current state, or if you did clear it, they would remove your clear and then buff the content harder. And to put this in perspective, there was an island soul from one of the islands that required you to kill a double boss that had a ridiculous amount of HP and stuff. And there was a Korean group that got together, multiple groups actually, that grouped up to go in and clear this island soul. And then after they went in with a massive amount of people, they cleared the island soul. They got the island soul. They completed the achievement for it. And then the devs saw this, went in, removed the island the island soul from the players' accounts, removed the achievements, and then buffed the island to make it harder. And that's pissed. That literally set me off. I quit the game that day. Like that truly pissed me off. So 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. So if you're gonna make your game like that, then I don't want to play it. If you're gonna be that fucking obnoxious about your game, I'm not gonna play it. Yeah, man, it was ridiculous. I was so pissed when I found this out. Like I never confirmed it for myself, But I was in that community and like I had a lot of people talking about it and stuff, and it pissed me off. Because another one of the achievements was to find the lost ark, but the whole game premise was finding the lost ark, and it wasn't in the game. You couldn't complete that achievement. You couldn't complete that portion of the game in the horizontal progression. You couldn't complete the quest. It was just permanently stuck on your screen until eventually one day they added it. Like there was a lot of things like that that were years and years and years down the road for completion that were currently in the game that you couldn't 100% the game. And I'm like, I guess I'm not opposed to this, but if it's not completable, if it's not currently in the game as doable, then why the hell is there achievement to do it? That's interesting. Yeah, like I said, it's just, there's certain things that brains can easily retain and certain things that they can't. Like some people are really good at remembering numbers, some people are really good at remembering letters, right? Just everybody's different. All right, so let's go see what skin this is. We're gonna need to farm extra skins, so I'm gonna do my hunter last, since I do want to farm extras. But this is black mambas. Okay, everything else very easy to farm. We got foxes, wolves, rhinos, feathers, peacocks. Yeah, we'll get the feathers from the ostrich. Peacocks will be fine. Shells from turtles, aka crabs, rhinos, black mambas, double fox, wolf, and boar. So we need to farm up boar anyway because we need to get up to 100. I think the rest of this we already have over 100, but I'd like to farm more. All right, so there's that. All right, so let's get started with anything related to the meadow area. So first thing we have, we looks like we have basil. I never remember this. So yeah, we have lily, we have basil, and we have hemp. We don't have sweet root, so we do have these three to farm. Then we got what appears to be coal. Yeah, so we got 3 sets of coal. We got a little bit of obsidian, which I need to farm extra anyway, and some silver, which is pretty easy. Okay. That should take care of most of that. So just grab what we can. Let's pop one of these. Get some extra skilling. But yes, Fip, I would like to get more into my monthly communities. Like, I know I'm really sporadic about them, but when I get into a game like this, it's really hard for me to like stop what I'm doing to do a community in a weekend. But I would like to get more into community weekends again, and then, or like, once a month community nights, which is on the weekends. Uh, but I would like to find a game to do for a community night, because having you guys pick a different game every month is a little, I wouldn't say stressful, but it's irritating because I never know what I'm playing and who's gonna show up and who's gonna come play it. I kind of want to pick a game and it just always be that game every month where people can join and come and interact with us. I just don't know what game I want it to be, because I want it to be something server based where people get to contribute, something like a Minecraft server. But if I was gonna do like a Minecraft server, I would like it to be something that's, like you said, where we rely, like everybody kind of has a role and like they do an aspect to help out the group. But I don't want it to be in a situation where if that person doesn't show up, we're fucked. Right? So I don't want it to be super reliant on the group aspect, but I want there to be reasons to dedicate to a specific aspect. But I also get really bored of Minecraft. So I feel like Minecraft would have to be like some something like Windcraft or something. But I feel like Windcraft isn't, because like I said, it had to be like an actual multiplayer server, not something I host myself if I was to do Minecraft. So I think Minecraft's not worth it. I don't think, Hytale is worth it or anything like that. So that's why I was leaning towards something like Project Zomboid, something I can host myself. And we're not completely reliant on other people because we can all do similar things. We can all level up their things. Like still be, I don't know, man. That's why community night has kind of fallen flat for me because I only ever get like one person to join and it's always Topher. And I haven't found a game that I feel like would be very good as a community night if I was to play by myself. Right? If I was to play it by myself, could I play these games? Probably not. I'd probably get my actual ass kicked and I'd die and I'd lose a lot of progression if I played by myself. Or if there was only one other person, right? Like, and if someone did join and they were like helping out, like, and they only showed up one time and they never showed up again, like, are we relying upon that person? Can we play without that person being there going forward? Like, it's just a lot of shit like that. That's the problem I'm having with community nights right now. And yeah, I don't mind like a one weekend project kind of game, like where we have like a goal and it's like a one weekend project. But once again, the one weekend project, because it'd just be like a 3 day thing, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, right? Um, that's how the community nights work. Every once a month, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we have like a project to complete something, and that's fine. But I don't have any games that have that aspect, right? Like they don't have like a completion, like finish line kind of thing. They don't, like, I can add a finish line to it, but I don't know. That's what I've been struggling a lot with when it comes to uh my community nights. Like if we had more people playing, we could get more into like some fun things like, you know, if you guys were interested in stuff like Among Us, right? Where it's just like, you know, running around murdering each other, lying about it, trying to get over it, like all talking in Discord, having a good time. Like that would be kind of fun, right? It'd be kind of cool. But I can see that being a bad thing. It's double-edged sword because people start yelling at each other, people start getting frustrated, people start stream sniping and cheating. It's like a trustworthy system. So I try to avoid those types of games for that reason. But if we could get into like something like it's an MMO where we party up and we like do like a raid completion or something together, that'd be kind of cool. Or event completions or achievement hunting and stuff like that in certain games as groups, that stuff like that would be kind of cool. I can't get enough people that have a PC that are willing to come and join us on our community nights to be kind of regulars, right? Like I have a relatively small stream. I have a relatively small amount of actual active viewers that are around through the night to be able to do community nights. Wait, what? Oh, is it on Steam? Sorry, we're just over farming herbs today as part of our token farm because I need to have a stockpile for the weekends. So it's just called Eco. Look, is it? I think I've seen something about this. So yeah, it's a simulator building sandbox. It's like $30. So yeah, you build a house, you build a farm, kind of like Minecraft, like you were saying. Yeah, rock rinsing and stuff. You got hunting. Yeah, so you got a lot of different professions and stuff. I would say the only downside I see to this is it's $30. A little expensive. It's kind of cool looking. I think I've seen this a long time ago. But yeah, the recent reviews have been negative. Yeah, it's been out for a while. I forgot about this. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen this. I do remember this now. I never got into it, but the progression, yeah, you progress through the things and like you said, you're trying to stop an event from happening or something. I think it's kind of cool though. It just, I feel like something like this is a good community game, but it doesn't really suit my genre of games that I play in either, right? That's why I was thinking, like, I feel like a community night would be best in a game that like in an MMO that I typically would play. That is like we group together to complete content, right? So, for example, this game, I've had a handful of people come in to me that are trying to level, but they can't get into leveling groups, right? They can't get into level 100 grind groups to get XP. Something like that would be cool for a weekend. So we take a weekend and we allow like lower level people to join the parties to leech XP to help them out. Or let's say if we were to play WoW, we could put together like community night raids, right? Where people need to get like a heroic raid run or mythic raid runs or what, like high tier raid runs, and they're not like they kind of need like a carry or a help to learn or whatever. That's kind of like something I could use the community nights for, is like we help carry people through content so they can learn it and teach them. That's what I like to do with community. But yeah, I don't know, man. I really want to get into community nights more. I'm finding it a real struggle bus with the 5 or 6 times we've done it that no one has showed up to play. A lot of people showed up to watch and to chat like always, but no one shows up to actually play, which I mean, I don't really care. It just means I'm playing a random game for a random night for a random reason at that point. Like the intention behind it is for people to come and play with me, something that they don't get to do typically or normally. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like, I don't care if you guys can't make it. Life comes first, right? Life comes first, and some people can't play because they're from Europe and the ping is too bad, or they don't own the game, or whatever. And like I said, lots of reasons, and I don't fault anybody for any of it, and I don't really care if you guys join or don't join. It's just that's been the problem of why my steam for running community nights has gone down so much. Even though I want to do it, I don't do it as often anymore because of those reasons. Like if I had a consistent 3 or 4 people that came to like most of the community nights to play games, if that was consistent and that was like what it was like every every month, then my steam for running them would be high. I'd be willing to play whatever, because I know for a fact there's going to be a handful of people that are going to show up and we're going to play whatever it is the game that we that gets thrown at us. Like that was one of the things that I miss about Ken. I don't know if you guys remember Ken, one of my viewers. He used to show up all the time, and we would play random games with him all the time. I mean, granted, I wouldn't say it's because he bought the games for us, but he would buy us games that we were interested in, and we would play them, and he would have them too, and we would play with him. He's a great person to play community games with because he plays lots of different games, and he's always around, and he's always willing to play games, and it was always fun because we always had someone to play with. So we got to try out different games, and we got to have fun playing lots of different things, and we had people to play with, and it was just a lot more entertaining and enjoyable, I feel like. And that's like a great way to do community nights. But when you don't have people like that, it's like it's not a community night anymore. It's a one man playing a random game for a random night. And it's not very good for the stream to just switch, like, oh, I've been playing Quinfall for the last 25 days. Now I'm gonna go play Stardew Valley for 2 days and then come back to Quinfall. Like, it's not a very good way to like segue, you know what I mean? For just a day or two. Like it makes sense for community nights, so your community that's usually here, they get to come and play, interact, have fun, but for growth, for new viewers, new followers, stuff like that, it's not good. Great for your current community though. Bro, look how much fucking basil is here. It's so crazy. I could probably endlessly farm basil here. Oh, did you get your new chair fixed? Like all set up and everything? You good? You're good now? So I think we're done farming after this basil ditch. I think we're good with yeah, I think we'll be good. Yeah, we're good with all of these. The only one we didn't get was sweet root. You did get your new one assembled? Hell yeah. Is it comfortable at least? Or at least a lot better than the last one? I hope so. That last one looked very uncomfortable. Oh, I've just been rambling all night about random shit. Just complaining all night. I don't know. Not really in a bad mood. Not really like, I don't know. I feel like I'm not in a bad mood. Yeah. You're just looking at you like, almost done. I'll finish in a minute. We're getting quite a lot amount of blue drops. This is huge. To give us a lot of blue drops to work with for the weekends and stuff. At least for the meadow herbs. Everything but sweet root. Sweet root's the one thing we haven't really touched. Need to find a really good sweet root spot. Yeah. I gotta tell you how many times I've been doing a project, I get to like the last like couple things and I'm just laying there on the ground. I'm like, I need a break. And it just sits there with like one screw left. How's my professions coming along? So harvesting is getting there. It's halfway to 56. I feel like once you hit 50s, you kind of get like soft locked. So hard to pass the 50s, like to get into 60s. Unless you like hard focus the scale, it's kind of hard to pass it. Shockingly, there's no. Oh, there's a couple ores there. I was gonna say, shockingly, there's like very few ores with how much basil there. I feel like there should be a couple ores around it. There is, but they're way over here. There's still so much basil to farm. It's kind of crazy how much basil there is. I think someone messed up on this section. Someone's like, I gotta put 1,000 basil nodes in. Fuck it, I got bored. I just chucked like half of them in one spot. At least this will give us a lot of seeds to work with too. Getting all this extra harvesting in. Oh, we can change pets too. A harvesting pet? Ooh, we got a blue harvesting pet. I forgot about this guy. Need to buy some. I was gonna say cat food. I don't know why. I need to get some pet food. Oh, I have some. Good. Okay, so what's the actual wording? Basil inside that bush too. There's basil inside that bush too. And basil in that bush. Oh, that's even crazier then. Because like instead of every 50 levels, which is only a couple percents, if you're at 100, that's 50 times whatever the percent is, which is crazy. Yeah, but if it's like 5% times 50, that's 250%. Something like that, right? Or even if it's like 1% times 50 is still 50%. Endless 250, let's go! That's huge. That's good prog, right? So much basil to do. Should have way more than enough silver and excess to give to Edge. Need to find a bunch of obsidian too, though. And some coal. Jeez. 17.5. Pretty big jump. Mm. I think I probably need to find a few places in the desert for desert herbs that are similar, like this basil node and these hemp. They have a basil and a hemp section right here. That's just super insane. Basil and hemp is there's just so much of it in this one spot of both. 10% increase is a huge increase though. Especially when we're talking millions and billions, you know? 10% on top of a billion is quite a lot. All right, finally almost done with the basil. I'm kind of curious if the original basil has already respawned by now. Because if so, then basil is endless. I'd rather do endless hemp for tailoring, but all right, we're gonna go check the yeah, it's already respawned, bro. So whatever is crafted with basil stuff, it's already respawned. Like all this has already started respawning. Which by the time I start harvesting that, the other stuff will start coming in. So that is officially endless. And then we head this way. And I don't remember what we're looking for over here. And there's a sweet root. That's not what we're looking for. I don't remember exactly where it's at. Oh. Yeah, because you come through the woods and you... Oh, okay. This is the lily patch I was looking for. That's sad. I was hoping to find some sweet root around here. Pretty sure there's sweet root around here somewhere. I don't know the path very well. Here's some. I know there's some around here. I just don't know exactly where it is. 525. Oh, another glass cannon. Oh, that glass cannon kind of sucks. Oh. Yeah, this is the sweet root section. It's not a lot of it, but it's some. The sweet root's always a pain in the ass, so. You're dead? What happened? Oh. You and your Twitter and shit, bro. What the? What the hell is going on here? What the hell? I don't understand, dude. I don't even understand what I'm looking at here. Oh, it's a scare factory. Okay, that makes a lot. Bro, I was so confused. Like, why a random guy would walk into a room with a chainsaw. I was so confused. I was so fucking confused. I don't think you understand. I thought it was like a scary movie, like blooper reel or something. I just had no fucking idea what I was looking at. But that would be hilarious. Could you imagine being an employee at one of those places? You're going in, you're looking for the person you're supposed to be scaring, and they're just following you the whole time? Just dancing? That shit would be so funny. I like how he slaps him in the back of the head, too. He's like, yo, you fucking kidding me? Bitch, turn around. Alright. So we're done with that. Alright, we need to find some obsidian and some coal. Alright, there's some obsidian. I need to find extra obsidian if I'm being completely honest. On fire. Eh? Fire dot 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 question mark. Oh, okay, okay, okay. I was like, I wanted to guess that, but I wasn't 100% sure. There's a lot of iron around here. Yo, fucking obsidian though. Let's go. That's a lot of obsidian. All right, that's helpful. Grab this beetroot over here too. I to get rid of this damn bush so I can see what the hell if there's anything in there. Yeah, what's genealogy? I want to assume we're talking about Eidolon. All right, so we got. So the only thing we're missing is coal. There should be some on this tree line somewhere. Lots of iron. There's some. Can I get off my mount? Bro, what? Why can't I dismount? Can I get off my mount? Did I disconnect? You guys can still hear me? Yay, nay? Stream still going? Alright. Pretty sure, like, the game just wasn't responding, so I wasn't sure if I just lost internet altogether. Oh, it's an exotic market, gotcha. Okay. Like, what's wrong with the game? Unless there was an update. I don't know, let me just back out and restart the game. Maybe there was an update or something. I got Singapore has -1 MS. Kind of funny. I haven't restarted my game in a couple days, so. What the hell is this? Oh, that's my dock. I was like, I only have 1,000 hours played. That's really shocking. So it's not like an update that's preventing me. Maybe it's Steam. There it goes. Okay. Could have been done Ironman New World. Bro, I think the Ironman New World will be much faster when we go back to it because I think we have permanent double XP when we go back. I do miss New World though. I just don't think I can complete it. Like I think that's why a lot of my Steam and New World kind of fell off is because there were so many things that I wanted to complete in that I can't complete. Like I can't get 300 territory standing on any location unless they give us like a hefty buff for it. I can't gotta figure out where I'm at. I can't I probably won't be able to get all of the ultimate trophies, mainly the crafting ones, because I got to get those precision tools to drop from the chests. But I feel like there's a bunch of them that I just won't be able to complete, mainly because of those, like, just the RNG chance for things to eventually drop. I don't think is possible. All right. Did we get enough coal? We did not. I need one more coal. All right, let's look for another coal really quick. I know I have excess coal in the bank. No, I couldn't have because it's 1K hours on this, but you got to imagine I would only be doing the progression on stream, and most of my hours in this game are off stream because I'm just constantly AFKing at fishing. And on my days off, I'm just running caravans nonstop. So I would say 3/4 of my time is 3/4 of that time is AFK and non-progressional. Well, I mean, kind of progressional because it's like I'm doing the caravans off stream because I don't want to subject you guys to 6-hour streams of watching my character run from point A to point B. Which, I mean, you guys already kind of watched that, but at least I'm doing stuff in between, you know? Or sitting there watching my character just sit there and fish for hours on end. So it's like in those 250 hours, I might have been able to get 1 precision tool, maybe 2 if I got super lucky, which is still 1 or 2 more than I would have had. But there's no way I would have gotten lucky enough to get all like 12 I need, I think. I think that I needed 12 to finish it. But like I said, I am gonna go back to it. I just don't know when yet because I'm enjoying leveling up in this game. I'm enjoying pushing my professions and unlocking things and just I don't know. We might not go back. Like that's the sad part. Sad reality is you guys know me very well. Like once I get onto a new game, it's hard for me to go back to an old game. Geez, 75% more Evo chance. Kind of insane. Alright. So we should be good now. So we should have everything but I think we go and get the peacocks really quick. Because the peacocks are only up here. But I think we have everything from harvesting, everything from mining. Oh, except for iron. Oh shit. Let's grab an iron node. I didn't see that before. Because we have the obsidian, we have the silver, we have the copper, I mean we have the coal, and then we have we'll get the iron really quick, then we get the ostrich hide feathers really quick. Passed by so much iron. I just didn't pick it up because I didn't think I needed it. Alright, that's fine. But yeah, we'll be done in the meadow, and then the rest is just we can just sit in the desert the rest of the night. Because we have a bunch of materials to overfarm. I think they're like right here. Decent hemp. Can't remember if they're up there or over here. Alright, so should only need 8 skins because they give 2 at a time. It's a single, that's a quad. Okay, that'll be good. That'll give us 9. Unless we get a double proc. And then we're gonna change from harvesting to hunter. That's gonna be our next heavy grind. Is gonna be hunting mods. Just really sad we didn't get enough pets to upgrade our loot collector. This needs to be put away. These need to be put away. That's fine for now. Okay. All right. Now let's start with. We'll just start down here. Let's start running the road. We need to get boars, and I'm assuming boars are along the road. I'm gonna go pee really quick in just a second. Oh, all right. Just got my money. Yeah, let's go. All right. Oh, all right. We do need some peacock, and with some boars along this road, so that works. We can run our way north doing that. Oh, we needed rhinos too, which is north. We need crabs, which is in the south, along with the cats. Oh wait, we don't need cats. So that'll take care of that. Oh, we need fox. Oh, I needed to get mambas while we were up there. Bro, I gotta get a lot of shit. Okay, let's just. All right, hold on. We're just gonna go back. We need mambas. We'll get our mambas out of the way. Wasn't paying that much attention. We'll go do our rhinos. And then we're left with wolf, foxes, boars, crabs, and peacocks. Shouldn't be a big deal. Then we need sulfur and gold at the bottom. All right. Yeah, I guess I wasn't paying enough attention. So Topher, now that you're chatting with us and hanging out, maybe I can ask you for your thoughts on this. So we were talking about earlier, like community nights and stuff, like because we remember we were doing them for a while there, and I was having a blast doing them. Uh, but we haven't done them in a while because I haven't really had the urge to, put up a vote. Hey, what game do you guys want to play? And no one show up to want to play, right? So my question is there any game off the top of your head that you could think of that would be a good community night based game for us? Like something that like gives us a goal to shoot for completion style. Something that is team oriented, but can also not be cucked because we don't have a team. Well, I don't need to do them, but I wanted to throw them. I like throwing them in. So people that don't want to play like this game, right? People that don't want to play the traditional game that I typically play, but do want to play games with me, right? Because like our interests in the game don't align or whatever, but like maybe they could join us for you know, a weekend playing a different game or something like that. I want to give people the opportunity to play with me if they want to. Yeah, because I'm thinking along the lines for like community, it would be like something where it's like survival based, where we group together to, you know, survive slash, you know, complete a goal or something in one of those games. Or something along the lines of like, you know, like an MMO where we group up with people that are weaker or like whatever that need help completing certain aspects of a game that can't find groups to doing it or something. So we group up as a community and we help people complete things that they're trying to complete. I don't know, man. I'm so just defeated with the community nights. All right, so those are done. Those are done. Okay, so now go do the rhinos really quick. Pretty sure there's rhinos right there. Okay. Go do the rhinos really fast. I just feel like Stardew, it wasn't like Stardew was literally just a two-man party. It was me and you. That's it. No one else came to join. No one else wanted to play it. You know, like most of the games, like people just want to come and watch. They don't want to play, which is fine. Like I have no problems with people wanting to just watch. I just want to give people the opportunity to come play with me if they want to come play. No one takes the opportunity to do it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Tover. I don't have a big community as it is, but I want my community to feel comfortable enough to want to come and join in on a game with us, right? Yeah, and then like that one community night where I did Project Zomboid with Burritos. That's like the only two different people that have ever come and played with us. Yeah, and I'm not opposed to a 7 Days to Die playthrough. I just get really bored of 7 Days to Die because there's a lot to the game, and I'm not a huge fan of the combat. Like that's my big problem with 7 Days to Die is like I like the exploration, I like the survivability, the base building, the resource gathering and stuff like that, but I don't really like the combat. Yeah, and that's the problem, mate, is like some of my community members that would join can't join because of either A, the time, B, the region, or C, they don't have a PC that can handle the game, right? Like that's like the biggest problem with my community nights with my current community, right? And I don't want to change my community. I don't want to get a different community. I like my community. I like my people that show up on day-to-day basis, right? But I feel like with the current people that we have on a daily basis, it's not conducive to a community night aspect. But I do want new people that do join to understand that if you're part of the community, we do these community nights where you're able to come and play and hang out and so on and so forth. I don't know. I want it to be a thing, but I don't know how easy it'll be to bring to fruition. All right, so let's start with the crabs. So we'll do the crabs, and we'll do. I think there's no, there's rabbits down here, not foxes. So there's crabs down here, and then maybe we can start running north, finding foxes and boars, maybe some wolves. I think it would be a hilarious, um, mate, if you were to get something like a Raspberry Pi to hook to your computer to make it look like you're playing on your console, but you're not. You're playing on a PC. I think that would be fucking hilarious. Because for someone to actually know the difference, They'd have to like be kind of tech savvy or pay attention to like minor details. I'm in the same boat, Tover. Like that's the thing with me being a streamer is like I'm not very creative. I'm not very like I kind of just like meh, right? With most things. Like I can copy things. I can find something that I like from somebody else and I can kind of mimic it. But mimicking is never good, right? It never turns out the same way. Never is like good, you know what I mean? It popped in my head one day that like I always play games and I always have people that want to come and play, but you know, the game I'm playing isn't really good for joining people, right? Like PoE, for example. PoE is a great game, but I don't like it. I don't like playing with people when I play that game. I honestly despise grouping with people in that game. So it's just like that's why the community night's kind of popped into my head. Because I was trying to find a way, like I was just thinking one day, I was like, you know, that'd be a good way to allow people to play with me without interrupting like my normal daily stuff. Yeah, Edge went to sleep. Play Sea of Thieves. I think Edge would rather gouge his eyes out with a wooden spoon than play Sea of Thieves. Honestly, he might be willing to play it off stream just to get me to like to teach me the ropes and stuff, but I think that would be the extent. He is so Sea of Thieves out. And if we're being honest over, I think it would be more I think Edge would be more willing to play Windrose than Sea of Thieves. Windrose actually looks really cool. And I think that would be a really fun game. Like as a group. In my opinion, it's similar to the RuneScape game we were playing, but pirate based. It looks so fun. So we need to farm extra boars for sure. We're gonna put on the ranged weapon. You have too much junk. Put them in backpacks. Put them all in backpacks. Put backpacks inside of backpacks. Inside of backpacks. Inside of more backpacks. It's backpackception. I know they kind of nerfed that. It used to be broken as shit, but that shit was so funny. How many backpacks can you put in a backpack? Item case, let's go. You know what would be a cool community night if people actually played the game in my community? Would be like a RuneScape bossing session. You know, we log into RuneScape and we go in as a community and just fucking face roll bosses for drops. Maybe help people get their pet drops, because each boss drops their own pet. You know, that could be cool. It'd be a very boring stream though. I do know there was a RuneScape streamer. He's like an old timer. I don't remember his name. I think he's called the Old Timer or something like that. Um, or like Old Man Wise or something weird. But he's literally like, he looks like fucking Gandalf, bro. And he plays RuneScape, and his whole community joins in on these like boss fights. He has like 30 people standing in the boss room. Just they basically insta-give the boss, and he just stands there and like just hangs out and chats with the chat the whole time, and they're just like murdering boss after boss after boss for hours. They're just murdering bosses. I don't know the guy's name. I honestly have no idea if he's like a super grandpa. He literally looks like Gandalf. He has a super long white beard, long white hair. He's got like party hat themes on his like UI and stuff. I don't know. It's that super grandpa. Super fun stream to watch. I have a problem watching RuneScape streams because for one, they put me to sleep most of the time because watching that content is very boring. Same thing with like going and watching BDO, it puts me to sleep. But a lot of RuneScape streamers piss me the fuck off. And I have no qualms with them doing what they gotta do to make a living, right? To be entertaining or whatever. But if I go to a RuneScape stream and the game is the size of my referral link, and the rest of the screen is a body cam of booty cheeks, boobs, fucking starfish cams, shit like that, and there's no game to be seen, and all I see is fucking tits and ass. It's not what I'm not in that category I'm not in a RuneScape category to see tits and ass. Like, I don't have a problem with you showing your boobs and your ass and whatever the fuck else you want to show on stream, but reverse the two cameras. Make your webcam 10% of the screen and make the game 90% of the screen. You're in a RuneScape category to play RuneScape, not for OnlyFans. It just pisses me off. Like I said, it can be argued that it pisses me off because they're getting success and I'm not. You know, maybe I'm jealous, whatever the fact may be. I personally don't care from a streamer standpoint. Make your money. Do what you got to do. Keep your viewer base happy. Obviously, if your viewer base is there because of your tits and ass, they're not there for the game. Why are you even in the game category to begin with? Sure. But from a viewing standpoint, if I'm in a RuneScape category, I'm looking for RuneScape content. Bottom line. If I want to see tits and ass, go to tits and ass, category. I'm honestly shocked that Twitch doesn't have a tits and ass section. I mean, maybe that's hot tubs and pools. I don't know. I think it's 13, but it might be 14 now. I don't know. Yeah, literally, exactly, Pip. Like, that's exactly what the fuck it is. And like I said, I have no problems with it. There's this one female streamer. She's doing a subathon right now. I happened to stumble upon her. I've seen her a handful of times in the RuneScape, because she streams RuneScape. That's her primary game, right? And she just wears really, really skimpy, tank tops, She's hot, it's fine. She's got really big boobs, expected, right? And she looks good. So, I mean, why not flaunt what you have? I have no problems with her doing it. I just don't, as a streaming standpoint, I don't agree with if you're in a gaming category, that your webcam is 90% of your screen. The game should be 75% of your screen at most, whatever category you're in. Doesn't matter what category. But the category you're in should be 75% of your screen, and the other 25 or less should be other things. Whether it's your webcam or logos or UI overlays and things like that, sure. But the category you are in should be 75 at minimum percent of your screen. Don't care what it is. If you want to be in a sleep stream, sure, full cam your bed. Don't give a fuck. You want to be in hot tubs and bikinis, sure, full cam your shit because you're in that category. You're in a gaming category, your game should be 75% of your screen. That's what pisses me off. That's truly what annoys the crap out of me. It has nothing to do with their success. It has nothing to do with how they're keeping their community entertained and how they make their money. I don't give a fuck about any of that. I truly just dislike you going into a gaming category and not doing gaming. Like, yeah, you're doing gaming, but you're AFKing in RuneScape for 15 minutes at a time while you're just bouncing your boobs up and down on screen. Like, I just don't agree with it. It's not gaming. I mean, I'm not saying they should ban these people, Dover. I'm not saying that they're doing anything against TOS or whatever. I'm just saying, like, there should be some standards, right? I'm not saying that these people that are doing this should be banned or should be reprimanded. I'm just saying that there should be a written in the terms of service, there should be a general guideline that says, hey, whatever category you're in, that needs to be over 75% of your screen. That's all it should say. That's all it needs to say. And as long as you abide by that, you can be in that category. You can do X, Y, Z, whatever the fuck that they want to do. I don't know, man. I'm not saying that some of them don't need to be banned either, right? Like, I'm not saying I want them banned. I'm not saying they don't want them banned. I'm just saying, like, some of the things these people are doing, they're doing it because it works, right? It makes them money. It keeps their viewer counts up. It brings people to their channel. It brings people to their side channels and their side content and their side hustles. Like, it is what it is. At the end of the day, whatever, man. However you're gonna hustle, however you make a living, however you wanna, whatever you're comfortable with doing to make money in your life, do what you gotta do. If you want to do porn, do porn. If you want to fucking be a street corner fucking streetwalker, whatever you call those people that sit on the corner and pimp themselves out. If you want to do that kind of stuff, you want to be a fucking stripper, you want to be a Wall Street journalist, I don't give a fuck. You want to be a professional gamer, I don't care what you want to do making money. Just, can we have some standards? Like, that's all I'm asking. That's literally all I'm asking. I want there to be, I wouldn't say strict standards, but minimums, right? Hit the minimums or move, be forced to a different content, right? That's all I'm asking. If you want to flaunt your shit, you want to, you know, have a community based around your physical appeal, per se, right? That's how you want your community to, like, see you and acknowledge you and whatever. That's fine. I have no problems with that. But if you are doing that, you need to be in the right category. It's just like people getting in trouble for being in like the wrong gaming category when they're playing a different game, right? That's truly all it is. Be in the right category. And Twitch or any streaming service that you're in should force you to uphold that standard. That's it. That's all I want. That's all I want. Do whatever else you want to do, you know, for terms of service and bans and whatever else that against TOS, da 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 da. But there should just be a standard. At the end of the day, that's all it boils down to. All right. Yeah, just one of my pet peeves, man. Like I said, I'm not super pissed about it. I don't really care all that much about it. It's just like that's just one of my pet peeves that I stumble upon pretty regularly, and it's more annoying than it is anything. It's like, come on, man. Like, people have no shame, and I don't. Like I said, people are gonna do what they're gonna do to make money. However they can do it, however they can, you know, get an advantage over other people, they're gonna take it. And if you're pretty, if you're hot, if you know got something to flaunt, something to show off, something niche, something that other people don't have, you know, use it. Use it to your advantage. I'm not gonna knock you for using what you got to your advantage, but do it the right way. That's all I'm asking. It's truly all I'm asking here. All right. So we got wolves, foxes, peacocks to still finish. So let's see if we can find some. I know I've seen wolves. Okay, here's some foxes. This is a pretty good one. So let's go here and go get these foxes really quick. Oh yeah, for sure, Pip, for sure. There are people that get away with things that other people could never get away with. For sure. Like, I don't want to say it's like the more popular the more you can get away with, but it's kind of like the same thing in like real life. The more money you have, the more influence you have, the less the rules apply to you. And that's kind of 100% how it feels. Is like some of these big streamers, they get caught for doing something and they get in trouble, quote unquote, but not really to the extent of other people that get caught doing the same thing. It's completely different. I remember the name. I don't remember why I remember the name. The name sounds familiar. Banned for calling someone fat. I mean that. To be fair, Topher, talking negatively about another person like that live on your in your community is, in theory, could be considered bullying. So I mean, I could understand getting reprimanded for bullying. You know, getting in trouble for bullying. Um, because like there is a difference between a viewer bullying and a streamer bullying, right? A streamer talking verbally to his community of X amount of people, bullying another person that is also a streamer or even a viewer is a big difference between a viewer coming into your channel and bullying the streamer. Big difference. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like it's hateful speech, it's bullying, whatever you want to call it. I could see being banned for the streamer doing it. For viewers, it's a completely different story. They can do whatever the fuck they want. But for the streamer, I could see I could see him being banned for calling someone fat or ugly or whatever, right? Um, but if somebody else was to do it, they could get away with it, right? Depending on their influence and stuff. whoever, you know, whoever's in their corner, whoever backs them, whoever they know. Like kind of like what Phipps said, money and power, or money and influence is power. So depending on the people you know, the people that are on your side, how influential you are, how much, you know, money you have to offer, how much, you know, there's a lot of factors that go into like, okay, well, how harsh do we punish this person, right? Do we make because the thing is, like, being a very influential person could be a negative thing as well, because they could use you as a, I wouldn't say scapegoat, as an example, right? Let's say they were tired of people doing something, right, that a lot of people are doing, and they've been banning people a lot for it, but they haven't been like harshly banning, and they finally got fed up with like so many people doing it, so they're like, all right, this person now did it, and they're like the biggest, like XQC was to do it, and they give them like a fucking perma ban, right? It's like that would never happen, right? But if they were to do that, that would be like awestruck. Everybody would be literally like, they'd be awestruck right out the gate. They'd be like, "Oh shit, they permabanned XQC for doing this. We better not do that, because they, you know, what's gonna happen to you next." If they're willing to permaban somebody like that, right, then you know that no one's safe. So it does have its double-edged sword, but Jesus Christ, how many stacks of those do you have, Topher? Get out of the freaking cave, bro. Go see some sunlight, you freaking dwarf. This isn't Minecraft. You got enough titanium, bro. Titanium is my food source. Just like, bro. Holy hell. Alright, so we got enough box, but I want to farm some extra. Yeah, just making fun of Topher Fit because in Minecraft he sits in the dwarven mines and just mines nonstop. I mean, he does other things recently, but he's a big miner. What up, Train? We're going. We're just, I don't know, ranting about randomness today. Nothing crazy. Like straight up farming mats and profession stuff and just hanging out and chatting, honestly. What you been up to? I am curious if that one streamer I was talking about is streaming right now, because I want to show you, Topher, the person I'm talking about. Oh, it doesn't look like she's streaming right now. Damn. I honestly have no idea what her stream name is, or I would just give you her stream name. I said I don't follow her, and I just happen to stumble across her every once in a while by mistake. Then I like see a stream title, and I'm like, oh, and then I'll like open it, and I'm like, oh, it's this chick. Yeah, and I think our last stream was called like Scamathon or something like that. And I was super confused. I'm like, what the fuck is a Scamathon? And then when I went to it, I saw who it was. I was like, oh, that's why. And then I just closed it. Yeah, no idea. Playing D4? Yeah, I've heard good things about D4 recently with the new expansions and updates they've been doing since release. I just honestly, I can't get into a game knowing that they're gonna have like 6 expansions that I'm gonna have to pay for. It kind of ruined the game for me. Like the game in its core sense was fun when it first released, but then like a month after release, they went into their first season and I had to redo a lot of the content that I'd already previously done, kind of ruined it for me. And then I didn't want to like I hate being kind of boxed into a cookie cutter, like I'm playing a bard so I have to play bard skills and abilities, right? I don't like being boxed in based off of the character I play, so I just Diablo is not my cup of tea going forward. Go 530 and 476. It's crazy levels, Topher. And that's one of the reasons why I don't play WoW anymore, Topher. It's because like the every year, every 2 years, having a new DLC plus having a monthly membership, it just back in the day that was my forever game. I had no interest in playing other games, so it was fine paying for the every 2 year DLCs and the monthly membership because I was not playing anything else. It was, you know what I mean? It was where my entertainment and my enjoyment went, so it made sense. But now, like I play so many different games and nothing really holds my interest for long periods of time. So why would I want to pay monthly memberships or buy DLCs every year or two? And the problem is like it's not that there's 6 DLCs, right? Planned 6 DLCs. It's they're doing like a DLC like every 6 months or like once a year or something like that. It's too fast. Like at least WoW being every 2 years roughly makes a lot more sense because you get a lot of content in those 2 years that they're adding regularly before you need to have a new expansion to keep it going. It's a big difference for sure. A 5070 has been super unplayable. Is it like a graphics problem or is it like a server problem, G Train? Ugh. Yeah, so a big thing with like live service games like that is sometimes you get like super bad lag and super bad like problems where the game is like unplayable, and sometimes it's hard to decide if it's a computer problem, like an update problem, or if it's actually the game servers or something. And they could be getting DDoS, they could be having server stability problems on their side, where they're trying to work through some server issues and stuff. Like there's thousands of different things that it could be. Might not just be your rig. Especially if every other game is running fine and just one game is having a problem. See, like take New World for example. I could play any game on my computer, but New World struggled. But New World was actually a problem with my rig, not a problem with the servers. But then other times, like the game would be running fine, and then I'd have problems. Like it'd be running fine for months, and then I'd start having problems again without an update, breaking it, and then those are server days, right? So it's hard to know which one it is. Is it a server thing? Is it a game update problem? Is it your driver update problem? Like, does your computer just need to restart? Like, it's frustrating. Tech problems and lag and server stabilities, like all that stuff is just a really big pet peeve of mine. It drives me absolutely nuts and I hate it. But yeah, Fip, I kind of struggle trying to stay interested in Diablo games because they try to follow a traditional MMO stance in an ARPG where they bottleneck you and they kind of force you into playing a specific role on a specific character a specific way. So when you play a barb, you're stuck to playing barb skills and barb abilities with barb gear. But like in a traditional ARPG, I wouldn't say traditional, but in like the more modernized ARPGs, they allow freedom and creativity. So if you're playing a barb, you can still play other skills from other classes and abilities and gear because the gear isn't specialized to a specific class. And I like that freedom. So I think that's why I'll never fall in love with Diablo going forward unless they get rid of that archetype where you're like forced into a play style. Like if I want to be a barbarian with that, like an archer barbarian, I want to play an archer barbarian. You know what I mean? Like that should be how it is. I shouldn't be forced to run melee as a you know what I mean, as a barb. Yeah, D2 is the one Diablo that allowed for creativity because you can get the barb skills on other classes. You can get different gear on different classes. You weren't as you weren't as painted into a box in D2. But then in D3 they went into the box. D4 they're still in the box, right? They kind of went into this standardization into their Diablos that kind of just makes it stale and boring, right? Kind of like traditional MMOs, aka World of Warcraft, right? If you play a rogue, you're stuck to a rogue. If you're playing a hunter, you're stuck to a hunter, right? A lot of MMOs do the same thing. When you play warrior, you're a warrior. But a lot of them are modernizing and being more like New World and Throne of Liberty and like this game, where they're allowing for change, right? You're not, if you play a warrior, you're not just a warrior anymore. You could play any class you want. So if you ever want to change, you can change. And I love that. Yeah, and that's the thing, Pip. Some people love having a class identity and some people don't, right? Some people want there to be creativity and freedom to change as they please. So they don't have to have 15 different characters. I think archetypes are going to be the future, right? Where you can pick, like, you have the ability to swap, like to change your class if you want. Like I think that's one thing MMOs need to allow is if you start off as a warrior, you can change your class. Like there should be a quest to be able to class change. I think that would be really cool. So if you ever get bored of playing a warrior, you can switch to an archer and so on and so forth. But I think there needs to be secondary classes to allow for archetypes where you can combo two classes together. I think that is truly where the creativity and the freedom kind of matches the class identities. So you get the best of both worlds. You do have class identities where, hey, I'm a warlock, or hey, I'm a shadow hunter, or whatever. You get those combination archetypes where you have a class identity, but it fits your playstyle a lot more than just being, hey, I'm a warrior, or hey, I'm a hunter, or I'm a priest, right? You get the best of two classes. If you want to be a mega healer, you go priest druid, you have double healing sets. Cool. If you want to be a double tank, you can be a double tank. If you want to be a double DPS, you can be double warrior or double, archer or whatever, double range, double melee. You can do those types of things. If you want to be a hybrid melee range combo, you can do that too. I think archetypes are the future, but I also think having the freedom to be able to change needs to be there as well. Because if you force people to be stuck to, whatever that character is always going to be that, and you can never change it, and you have to make alts to try different things, I think you kind of paint yourself into a corner, and it could be worth and not worth. It's a double-edged sword. Sometimes it works having alt characters because I feel like the only way alt characters work in a game is if there's reasons to have more than one character, right? BDO, for example, the reason you want alt characters is because you want more energy consumption, right? You want to use your alt characters to have more energy per day, right? But that's a double-edged sword in itself. Energy bottlenecks, people hate and some people like. Having to have alts just for energy consumption is also kind of a double-edged sword. So it's like finding what you're comfortable with and what is acceptable to your thought process and the way you want your game to be. You have to find that for yourself, I guess. But I definitely truly believe that archetypes are the way that games should be leaning towards going forward. Well, so if the class identity makes sense in a traditional MMO because you need a tank, you need a healer, you need DPS, you need range, you need melee, you need those different things, and the class identity gives you that, right? Um, and it needs to be there, right? But you have two options, kind of like what you were similarly saying. You have very limited characters, right? You have like 5 types of characters to play. You have a warrior, you have a hunter, you have a mage, you have a healer. You have like 4 classes you can play. You either have very limited amount of characters, so you only have to make a couple characters to play every class in the game, or you have a archetype style system where you can have up to 80 different combinations of characters, and you can class swap as needed, right? By doing a, whatever, there's a certain criteria to it, whether you pay gold, do a quest, whatever. You can class swap if you want, but you can also make lots of characters so you don't have to class swap all the time, right? I like that option. As a fellow, MMO enthusiast, I like both options are fine. If I have to have 4 alt characters to have every class in the game, that's not too terrible. If you have 15 classes and I have to have 15 alts, I'm not okay with that. That means I have to level from level 1 to max level 15 different times, and I have to maintain 15 different characters worth of gear versus a like 4 or 5 characters, right? Because then you're making your game into a job than an entertainment, section. And then on top of that, if you have an archetype system, you might have 80 different combinations of characters, but a lot of them overlap in gear and stats. So class swapping isn't like unheard of based off of what gear you've acquired, because you can class swap into a different archetype that benefits from the same stats, right? So like you can have a couple characters. So like you have a healer set up for like specific like huge healing or PvP healing. You have another guy set up for like huge tanking, another guy set up for like melee, another guy set up for ranged, another guy set up for PvP or whatever. You can have multiple ults for different aspects, so you don't have to constantly class swap and change and stuff like that. And you can have them specialize in specific aspects. Um, or maybe you have alts for profession based things because you can only specialize in so many different professions. Like there's a lot of different ways to go about it, but a lot of games are either leaning towards forcing you to have tons of alts to actually participate in the game fully, which makes the game feel like a job, or they completely remove any reasoning for being or for having alts. Like this game has zero reasons to have an alt. There's not a single reason in this game that I can think of that you would need an alt for. So it's like, what's the point of having multiple character slots if you have no reason to have alts, right? So they kind of get rid of that feeling. There's no class system, like class identities, right? There's no class identities and there's no reason to have alts. So the game, it's an MMO, but it just feels weird, right? And that's what I'm saying. That like in an archetype system, you can either have 80 different characters for every combination, so you can swap between the characters and you can literally min max the fullest and just have tons of different characters, or you can consolidate, a little bit and have less characters, but just character swap. I don't like games that you can't swap what your character is. And the reason for that is because like if I'm a warrior and I'm bored of playing a warrior, but I don't want to level up another character, and I just want to play a rogue instead, I should have the ability to class swap to a rogue, right? Without having to re-level a character. That's kind of like what I'm getting at. It's when a character takes you like 50 to 100 hours to level, I don't want to be forced to spend 1 to 200 hours of my life playing the game just leveling characters, if not more. Because that's not even counting having to gear the character up on top of that. Now, if I super enjoy the game, I'd be willing to do it. But just leveling a character up to see if I like a character is a little daunting, right? Spending 100 to 200 hours leveling a character up and gearing it just to see if it's something I would enjoy seems like a hefty investment. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just my personal opinion. Like I said, everybody has their own idea, their own thought process, the things that they're accepting, the things that they don't accept, the things they like and dislike. And I like games that have reasons to have alts, but I also think that if you're forcing people into alts, leveling characters up shouldn't be very time consuming. It shouldn't be very difficult. Like that's just my thing. Like first character taking you a while makes sense, but I feel like if you have a character at max level, there should be a way to get buffs and benefits and gear to speed level second characters, right? Alt characters. Your alt characters should level much faster for whatever reason. And that's like the big problem I had with WoW is like back in the day with 60, original World of Warcraft, it took you 6 months to level a fucking character sometimes. It took forever to level characters. And to have more than one max level character with decent gear took you fucking forever. So having one of every character was almost unheard of until BC came out, and then people like it was you had enough time to actually level characters between because it's been out for a few years, and I feel like the leveling got a little bit faster when BC came out because like I feel like not that they squished the levels or the EXP, but I feel like the game got easier every upgrade, right? And then you were able to take advantage of people like carrying you to get you more XP from certain dungeons and stuff. Like there's ways to level at that point. But you also don't want it like being free. Oh, I created a character, it's already max level. Didn't even have to do anything. Like, you don't want that either. It's just there's so many fine lines to toe when it comes to making a game. If it's gonna be a success or a flop, it's. I mean, I don't. I like I said, I would love to make a game, but I would never do it because the stress of every decision being a double-edged sword and it being a difference between a make or a break for your game to be successful or not successful is way too much stress. And then having to like deal with the complaints and the bitching and the complaining and just the feedback and the reviews of people hating and loving it and just being mixed reviewed and just I can't deal with that. That would just never be a thing. Just couldn't happen. Because everybody, like I said, everybody likes something different. Everybody was looking for something different. One person might like it, one person might hate it. It just, you can't make everybody happy. But I definitely think that a game that is relatively easy to level alts, that has class identities but also archetypes, with the ability to change archetypes every so often to test things or to try different things out without having to make thousands of different characters to try all the archetypes is definitely an option. I think it definitely shines for a lot of casuals. A lot like not super fucking overachieving whaling fucks, you know. I don't know. I think there's good potential in that kind of stuff. All right, let's see what we have here. So we have our peacocks, right? We have our wolves, and we have our foxes. So we're good here. So we're gonna get rid of this. I just got a few extras just in case. So now we need. So we have this. Okay. We need more. Don't need this. Um. So it looks like we are gonna need sparks for this because we need 2 sets of this, and then we need 2 sets of roses, or sorry, daisies, and then we need some dew. So daisies, spark, and dew. That's what we're working on right now. I think we're gonna go over here. I think we have the sulfur. Oh, we put the sulfur away, didn't we? I think I put the sulfur away because I had some. I ran out of inventory space. Alright, that's fine. We'll just have to find some more sulfur and gold. Of course. Of course. Of course. I hate that they put stuff so close to the city that you can't access it because you're still in the city limits. So frustrating. Oh. Yeah, because like Lost Ark, once again, like pay to win game, right? That game became a job because in order to progress relatively smoothly, you had to have like 30 alts to funnel mats into like one character. But then like that became like okay, you got 32 characters. Now you got to do like I don't know, like 10 characters this day, 10 characters this day, 12 characters this day. Like you had to play every character every 3 days to keep up with them all, or you had to play all characters every day. It just wasn't worth your time. Perfect odds per sushi? What does that even mean? Like what your odds are to get a perfect sushi if you were to salt shake or something? Is that what we're talking about? I haven't used any of my salt shakers. I might have accidentally clicked a salt shaker like once or twice, but I haven't really used any. Yeah, I mean you needed more than 10 characters. The more characters you had, the better. But I will say minimum you needed like I think 8 or 10 characters because you needed your weekly dungeons and raids, or so you needed your weekly raids and things like that, that you can only do like 6 of them every week or something. But for every other character you had, you could sell carries, you could do your monster rushes and your rifts on every character, which is even more materials and items every single day, you know, that you can contribute over to your mains and stuff. So it was like every alt you had was more materials per day. So the more you had, the more you gained. So getting to max character limit was like kind of a thing, but then you were literally playing 10 characters a day. And let's say your daily took you 30 minutes for that one character. You had 10 characters, it's 5 hours worth of gameplay right there. Every day, not counting running raids. So then you spent like an hour or two per character every week to do your raid on 6 different characters. So that's like 5 hours a day for your dailies, plus another 2 hours a day for 6 days a week. So it's like you have like a 7 hour session, 6 days a week. And then let's say you're selling some carries on top of that on your seventh day or something, bro. It just you literally had to play 10 to 12 hour shifts 7 days a week on that game to keep up. It was just not worth it. It was fucking ridiculous. Well, I wouldn't say you can indefinitely farm dungeons. Like you could continuously run them, I think. I don't remember exactly, but you wouldn't get drops from them, which is fine, obviously, because once you're too high of a level, you didn't get drops anyway. But the raids though, like the raids you really wanted to do, right? To get the upgrade materials and the items for your characters as well. So you had your 6 characters that could do the raids, and then you wanted to sell raid carries. If, like on your higher tier characters, you wanted to sell raid carries on top of that for like the lower tier raids to even make more gold. So it's just like it just was ridiculous, man. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. No fucking way would I play that game. I love that game, and I would play it as a solo, but I would never group play that game. And it catered to whales because it was like whoever got to the highest gear score first was able to start doing carries sooner than the other people, and they made a massive profit from it. So it was a race to who could get maxed out first to then stockpile resources for the next gear progression, to then be the first person to that gear progression, to then rinse and repeat this progression over and over and over again. Yeah, it was a fuck system, man. Super fun game, but fuck system. And that was the thing. Like you swiped your credit card, you got to max gear score, right? On the first week the raid was released, right? The next week you made all of that money back by selling carries. And then every week after that, you made profits. It was just nonstop profits from there on out. What do you mean we described two different games?
Would you like a cup of water?
Yo, thanks for the hydrate. Let's go.
Thirsty as fuck right now.
I think we're pretty much done farming everything but wood. For our tokens. And maybe daisies. I didn't really look at that yet. I'm trying to overfarm a little bit. Because we have more than enough of this. We have more than enough of this. And we don't have enough of this yet. We need to farm excess herbs and stuff. And I also need to farm excess hunting stuff. I keep finding dew, and dew seems to be kind of a bottleneck for me, so. Probably gonna run out of advanced tools soon. Ooh, some dew over there too. Well, we're gonna have some seeds to plant too this weekend. It's been a while since we've planted some seeds, so it'll be kind of nice. You know, work on some farming. Our farming is getting up there. It's almost 54. Need to get to 60. So I get the 2-hour time reduction. Doesn't really matter honestly, because if I don't have enough seeds to go with the farming, having a 2-hour time reduction means nothing. But fine, fine. I need to get into some alchemy though. Then I could take advantage of this excess herb stuff. But when I like over farm like basil, like I did today, I can convert all that stuff into some alchemy potions and stuff. I need to buy a house in Horus, I think. Another house, I should say. So I can put benches and stuff inside there. So I can put some like an alchemy bench, a cooking bench, stuff like that. So I can actually start cooking and crafting things. I haven't started working on those types of professions yet. I just haven't really cared enough. But some of the food buffs can come in handy. Some of the profession buffs can come in handy for leveling up a little bit better, getting more materials and stuff. I finally ran into a dead spot. Don't see any herbs. The daisy chain too. Here's one. Go this way. Oh. Oh. A lot of dew around here. Not like consolidated in one spot, but it definitely spread out along this whole area. I don't like it. Like, look how much dew's around here. There's another one over there, and there's like 2 more to my right. Whole lot of dew. Finally found a spot that has like decent amount of dew.
I mean, they kind of do, mate. It just, the boat 2 and 3 have a speed boost from Island 1, and boats 5 and 6 are also Island 1. And then going forward, it's 6 and 7, and then 7 and 8, and then 8 and 9. So they are grouped together past Island 1, or past the first 5 boats. Or first 4 boats. I don't remember exactly. Is it 5 or 4? I do agree though that like I don't like that the second and third boat speed benefits from Island 1, and then boat 4 is like, oh, well it's gold in boat in Island 2, and then boat 5 is like, oh, it's back to Island 1. Like, wait, what? That is a little weird, I agree. But anything past boat 5 is pretty sequential. But I definitely think like boat 1 should be gold, boat 2 should be like Island 1, boat 3 should be Island 2, and so on and so forth. It should just be sequential that way. Wait, Island 1 and 3? What? Wait, what? I hate that Windows 11 has that thing that pops up in the middle every time you're trying to like make your shit bigger. I haven't checked my IL on today, so. So like Island 1, I don't know what this one is. This one's probably Island 3. This is probably the one you're talking about. But look, this is Island 2, 2 and 2, right? 3 and 3, 4 and 4, 5 and 5, right? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Like they're in order. But after this one, after the first 5 boats. That's what I was saying. The first few boats are a little off because it's like gold, which is fine. But then it's like Golden Island 1, Golden Island 1, okay, Golden Island 2. And then Island 1 and Island 3 is a little weird one. I do agree this one is a little wonky. This one should be Island 1 and Island 2. But everything past that is right. Right? This is Island 1 and this is Island 2. So this is Island 1 and 2 for this boat, Island 2 and 3 for this boat, and then so on and so forth. Everything is fine from 6 on. So the first 5 boat, or the second, third, fourth, and fifth boat need to be revamped, in my opinion. Or they need to be squished down to remove this one, like the need for this one. And this one needs to be removed. Because this one being like gold and Island 1 is fine, because it's like a transition. And then it should be like Island 1 and Island 2, Island 3, and Island 4, you know what I mean? So on and so forth. Should be like comboed, right? It'd be Island 1 again with Island 2, and then Island 2 with 3, and then Island 3 with 4. That's how it should be, but obviously that's not going to happen, so. But yeah, so that, you're exactly where I was saying is the problem. Is that fifth boat is a wonky one. Like the first, like I said, boat 2, 3, 4, and 5 are just in a wonky position, but everything after that is sequential. Not bad going forward. Yeah, it's literally just that boat. The other, like I said, boats 2, 3, and 4 are a little weird because it's like gold plus Island 1, gold plus Island 1, gold plus Island 2, right? That's 2, 3, and 4. The first one being double gold is fine. But 2, 3, and 4 are kind of just like tolerable. Like I said, it's gold with 1 and gold with 2, which is fine. But the 5th boat just doesn't make sense because it goes back to Island 1 and Island 3. It's just weird. And then the next one is Island 2 and Island 1. So why is that 5th boat have Island 3 resources? It just, that one just stands out as an anomaly that should probably be fixed. Because instead of it being Island 1 and Island 3, it should be Island 1 and Island 2. And then the next one should be Island 2 and Island 3. So they need to just squish it a smidgen and just leave it at that. Bam. You're on that. You're on the wonky one. That's why it's a pet peeve of yours, because that one is the wonky one. It's kind of dumb. Yeah, boat 5 just sucks, bro. Boat 5 is the worst. Because it's like you got to hit boat 1, like Island 1, until you get like 200 upgrades, and then you got to hit Island 3 until you get another 200 upgrades. It's like, why? It's just so dumb. And then going forward, all the bottom upgrades are rare resources, and the tops are normal resources. So you always out level the top versus the bottom. So trying to do 200 top and 200 bottom on boat 5 doesn't also work either. I don't know. It's just a weird one. Like I said, that's just a weird boat. You just got to gimp yourself through it. Just over level either the speed or over level the loot. It doesn't really matter. Just focus on one of them basically. After you leveled the other one up a decent amount, just focus on the other one just a lot. Probably just farm all the herbs while we're here. Because having excess of these blues would be great. Yeah, so maybe we just do dreams while we're here too, and roses if we run across them. Yeah, we'll just do all of them. I don't really like leveling up harvesting all that much. But we need 5 sets of wood as well. So I guess we'll have to grab some wood while we're here. Yeah, it's just a dumb one. Like I said, once you get past the 5th boat though, it's smooth sailing. Like you literally just you hit Island 1 until your 6th boat as level 400, right? And then you hit Island 2 until that one hits 400, and then you just rinse and repeat that process all the way through. It's a very simple process going forward past that. Oh. Alright, we got an hour and a half to farm up a bunch of mats. We're also going to switch off of hunting and on to harvesting again. Yeah, because this is harvesting speed 30, 3% chance for double collect. Pretty nice. Pretty solid. So we need 80. I think it's 80. Green wood for our turn-ins today. You look at our tools though. So hunting, we don't need any more today. I don't like that I have a simple one still left. We do have an axe. All right, so we have enough axes. We are running out of a sickle though. We're gonna need to make a sickle. We can only do like 18 more. We'll have to head to base, or we'll have to head to town to make a new harvesting tool. Or we'll just, we'll make one, obviously, when we go back. But I think we'll we'll be done doing harvesting for the day once this tool breaks. Yeah, I'm just annoyed that I was using my advanced hunting tool instead of my simple. I want to get rid of the simples. Because then I can just have 2 of each tool and always replace one when one breaks. Just be fine with that. Okay. So yeah, harvesting tool now. We broke our axe. We have an extra axe. We have an extra tool. And then we have these. This has to get put away. Let's grab our wood before we go back and turn in really fast. Alright, so I just gotta remember to make a harvesting tool. Yeah, that's the problem with, like I said, that's the problem with boat 5, is since it takes 2 island resources that aren't next to each other. You usually out level it so easily, and having to spend the time to focus on leveling boat 5 specifically kind of sucks. Ugh. But you also need to figure out what the minimum speed you need to get to the last island in the fastest time, you know, possible. And you have to over level some of your boats past 400, focusing on speed upgrades, just to make sure every boat can make it to the furthest island in the fastest time as well. That's like another thing I have to do after I get everything to 400. That's going to be my next goal. Obviously the speeds are going to vary depending on your captains, because if you have speed captains, some of them are going to need less levels than others. So it's best to use a boat that doesn't have a speed captain to see what the minimum speed level you need per boat. So you can replace all of your boat captains with non-speed captains and still have max speed to get to all the islands. And obviously this changes when he adds another island later down the road, where you're going to need to overlevel the speed again to get back to, you know, fastest time allotted. Which is why a lot of people would rather just run either a double speed captain or a single speed captain, so they don't have to worry about leveling the speed every time a new island comes out. They kind of like they'll take the hit on the efficiency of extra loot for the future proofing of not having to level up a boat's speed down the road. But yeah, I'm struggling leveling boat 1 to 400 right now. I think he's like 370 or 380 or whatever, and I just need so much gold. I haven't been doing the quest turn-ins, turn the materials in, because I need the materials to level the other boats to 400. So I've been working on leveling up the boats with Island 1 mats on their speed for boats 2 and 3, while waiting on the gold to level up boat 1 same time. Yeah, because you need 200 there and 200 back. I'm pretty sure. But my question is, do you need more than that if you have the Davy Jones thing? Because is that speed based off of 2 hours? Or is that speed based off of what? Like, what is the speed based off of? That's 400 billion speed per what? Per hour? Per minute? Like, what is it? Right? Because there's a minimum time that you can't pass. And mine's like 2 hours right now because I never bought the Davy Jones locker upgrade or whatever. But when you lower that time to like 30 minutes or 25 minutes or whatever, don't you need more speed to account for that? Yeah, because if we have two pickaxes, two hatchets, two of these, and two sickles, then we can have a handful of fishing rods above. And that'll be like our inventory layout for the base. The bottom is always going to be farm animals as we pick them up. But that leaves 3 open spots. Usually I won't have pets on here, so I mean maybe that'll be like the 3 fishing rods or something. Or I could do it like axe, you know, harvester, sickle, and then I can just do like 6 fishing rods right here. I could do something like that. Have like an organized mess. Is it speed per hour? Yeah, so if your minimum time is 30 minutes, you need to double that. Yeah, obviously you want to look at it and figure it out, but I'm just saying if the island is 200 billion away, right? And you need 200 billion to get there in an hour, and you need obviously to get back, right? So you need 400 billion to do a 1 hour trip. If your minimum time is 30 minutes, that means you need double that. Right? So if it was 400 billion, you would need 800 billion. Which that seems kind of wild. So I feel like that's maybe not a thing. It seems a little much. But it could be right. I don't know. All right. I think we have everything for the tokens. Let's go turn all the tokens in, and then we'll figure out a screenshot for... I mean, not a screenshot, but we'll figure out what animals we need to go on heavy farm. And I need to go and make a few tools while we're at it. So your minimum speed is 1.4 trillion. Yeah, you have over the 800 that I was expecting. You have almost double what I was expecting, or what I was estimating. And what's your minimum travel time? Is it like 30 minutes? Is it 20 something minutes? Like, what's your minimum travel time? All right, tokens are officially done. Drop off what we can. Go get our tools. All right, the rest of this, I think Edge can have. Why can't I? can't I? What? Did my game just break again? Oh, I just can't put that one item in? Bro, what is going on? Why can't I move this item? What the fuck is going on? What the fuck? Okay. Sure. So fucking weird. Alright, alright, so that's taken care of. Horus. I'm gonna go pee again, I'll be right back. Give me a second. Oh, alright. Let's go. Oh, I want to do my horses while we're here too. I haven't been doing my horses recently. Alright, so we can take out the loom, the tanner's rack, jewel crafter, the gem cutter, the forge. Okay, I think that's good enough. We're gonna have to buy a new house. Thinking about buying one up here if there's one up here. I'd like to buy the large house. So I can put more workstations in it. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, so I guess so did you see that on the toolbox FIP, the minimum time? Does toolbox actually have the minimum time or the minimum distance or whatever? Both thing. Okay. Yeah, so that's what you want to look for. Like I said, I'm just kind of curious on um size 6 seconds. I'm just kind of curious, like it's based off of your timer, obviously. But if you were to like look at it in game, is there a way to like understand it based off just looking at it in game rather than using toolbox? Five out of 10. I want the biggest house. I like how there's not like a fucking icon of like where the purchasable houses are. They're not a 10 out of 10 house in the city.
I don't think this city has a big house. Like, what size is this house? Yeah, this is a small house. I guess we go 6 out of 10. Max is 2 workbenches. Just tolerable. I only need 1 each, honestly, right now, but what's the max in this one? Yeah, max of 1. I mean, max of 2 isn't terrible. 15 seconds left. Jeez. Alright. Oh my god, and there's an upstairs. I hate it. I hate it. Alright. Let's start over here. Loom. Scanners. Tool crafting. Gem cutter. And the forge is kind of big. Okay, that over here. Alright, that gives us a bunch of stuff to work with. Gonna need chests in there. I think they came out with large chests as well. So they had the medium chest. But I saw somebody that had a large chest. Oh, maybe it was this one. The metal chest is called a large chest, I guess. Okay, it's 20 versus this 12. Okay, so this is what we're shooting for. Still need to get to those. Okay, where the hell am I? Next week, Tover. So either the 22nd or the 23rd. I'll be back on one of those 2 days. Yep, sounds good, Tover. I appreciate you, man. Have a good night. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. If I will be around on Discord, on and off throughout the day and stuff, not through the night. So if you guys do still need me, just at me, and you know, if you want to share something or ask me a question, just I'll still be there. So just not regularly like I normally am. I appreciate y'all. Take it easy. Whoever's leaving, I'll be here for at least another hour or so. Right. Alright, so we got all of our crafting benches. Stick them all over here. And then I think we're going to put our processing ones upstairs. Where are my forges? Or my smelters? And this stupid ass stone cutter that I like never need. I'll put it here anyway. Okay, where are my where are my smelters at? Alchemist 849. Holy shit. That guy's ready, bro. Sounds good, Tover. See, bye, bye, bye. Why am I like, what the, Fip? No forges. 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 Where are my forges? I had 3 of them. Where? All right. Well, while we're here, let's put this here. What happened to my gear that I had? Well, thought I had a full set of 75 gear. I put that in another. Huh. Oh, yeah. Sorry, that was Topher. Blame Topher. Don't blame me. Oh, there they are. I was like, where the hell are these smelters? Okay, so there's my smelters. Is there another reason why I was up here? I don't remember. Trigger horses. All right, breeding. All right, what else did we end up with? So we got another female. We got another female. And then these are males, it looks like. Male, male, male. Okay, so we get rid of those. We got another female, so we need a blue male. Okay. And then we can get rid of these greens. I need to rename my horse too. I read it. Oh, I can only put two. I forgot. I can put the other one in the other one, I guess. All right. So yeah, we're just gonna take advantage of the house, I guess. I'm gonna need a chest over there. Let's pick this up. And place this here. All right. This can go in the storage. I'm gonna grab all this and see what can go in the storage. Consolidate those. Consolidate that. Take this out. Probably move all the coal over actually. Oh, do that. Oh, do that. Okay. Alright, we're gonna do a little bit of organizing really quick. I don't know why I'm moving the coal over here. Unless we plan on doing our steel in here, which I wouldn't want to do steel here. So I think I need to move coal to the other area. But move this here. Bunch of food. Take these out. Take the foods out. These out. Drop those.
deal with these foods at some point. See if those can go in the storage chest. See what can go there. Extras. Jesus. Got more coal to work with. Some steel. Got a lot of steel we can move over. Yeah, I need to move the coal over for sure. So it's not worth putting in here, but for now it's fine. Yeah, that needs a place to go. Then I can go to the other storage. I don't think I need. I mean, I need a chest here for maybe ore. Or this one can actually be where I make. Okay, maybe we can leave it this way. We can put the coal in here from when we stockpile coal here. Okay, that kind of makes sense. We can move the iron over. We just have so much junk. Crazy. I need to move all the essences over and the chests over. Iron needs to go over too. I'm gonna go up here first. Oh. Getting a wee hungry. Good thing I'm gonna do a little workout and a little protein shake. All right. Let's drop these. I mean, theory, I could bring the meat processor down. I could make a bunch more fishing bait. That might be worth it. Bring these out. Bring out some fishing bait. I hate that I can't pull out more than one. Bring this out too. I don't know why this didn't go in. Let's switch types. We have all this to deal with. Okay. All this to deal with. Gotta start consuming some of this stuff down. This stuff can go into some storage chests. Yeah, I have so much shit to just burn through and figure out where to put it all. Okay, put the horse things in here. Alright, loom, chest. Alright, I'll put our wood away for now. I was hoping to put these foods in here too. We'll just take this one up. Here. We'll do that. 771 multi. Woo! I mean, I think mate is pretty good at it too, but I don't know much about Franz. Franz is probably a god at it, so who knows. Alright. Here's a chest. Okay. So the chest is gonna take iron. Then I need to put this in the other town. Let's do meat processing over here. Bunch of worms in there. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of organizing. Give me a second. Yeah, because we got fishing stuff to deal with here. Got cooking stuff here. I'm just trying to see what we can take out of here to bring to the house to get rid of, basically. Because I think these can be consolidated into some stuff. These might be able to go to town 1, possibly. Yeah, I might be able to move some of these to town 1. We can smelt down that and just give this to Edge. Um, yeah, all this iron can be tossed into a chest. Let's put the meat away. Let's do this first. Let's bring the worms over first. A lot. Look at all. What the hell, dude? Let's process 1,000 at a time. That's crazy. I didn't realize I was gonna do that much at a time. That's actually insane. Let's bring over iron. Yo, nice job. OP wand? Hell yeah. That's pretty huge. Congrats. Alright. So we got the iron moved over. Gotta move the steel over from the other place too. Yeah, congrats on the AC upgrade. That's pretty huge. I don't really need copper, silver, gold. We can bring the steel with us. I don't really need all this construction stuff. You need to process lumber. Gotta figure out what can consolidate into the other places. And then need to figure out what of this I need to grab in this. Let's go back to the other house, grab a few more odds and ends. Trying to grab what I know I need before I start trying to consolidate things that I don't know if I need or not. Okay, I know I need steel. Yeah, because the steel is gonna go up there for the forge. Which I kind of need a. I guess I can just put it in the chest next to it. Yeah. Steel and processing wood, so we can actually do the processes. Okay. So let's see. Loom can't actually. Wait, what does it take? How do we make this? How do we make like the linen? I thought that would be the loom. Tanner. Yeah, this Tanner just makes the hides. Which rabbit's pretty bad. Fox is pretty bad. Squirrels are bad. Penguins bad. Snakes pretty terrible. Frogs seem bad. But rhino is where it's at. Rhino and hippo are where it's at. So the rest of this is just for turn-ins, and then it's rhino extra or the actual tanned leather. Okay, that's what we're shooting for, I guess. Then this. Yeah, nothing to really worry about that. Okay, so this is what we would need these for. Make those. Sugar is just that. Basically, we just need to make a metric fuck ton of sugar. Then there's this. What else are we missing? Like, I know we're missing a couple benches and stuff. Which ones are we missing? I know we have an essence one somewhere. I don't know what we did with it. We accidentally destroy that one? Yeah, I don't know what to do with the wool either. If we have excess wool, huh? I'll have to go check out the construction person to see what we can get. Because, yeah, the only thing we have left is grinders. And I thought I had an essence one at some point in my first house. I wonder if I somehow lost it. Oh, I do have extra pet. I didn't realize that. Okay. Oh, there's my full set of 70. Okay. So, there's that. Okay. I'm assuming there might be some stuff here. Yeah, we consolidate some stuff into this. Okay. So let's grab this stuff really quick. I don't know which ones will fit and which ones won't. I'm gonna grab all of them. Alright, and let's go check out on one really fast. See what will fit. Yeah, we're gonna spend a lot of time just organizing stuff instead of farming. It's fine, I don't really care all that much. Kind of annoying. I have to teleport around, run around, do a bunch of stuff. Make it simple. What do we got left? I'm thinking we can take out the puzzle pieces. I think the puzzle pieces can come out. And then we can dump the rest of this kind of stuff in here. To consolidate. Is there one more thing we can take out of here? Alright, maybe we take the Terra out, leave the Terra fragment. Because I mean, I feel like these are all for crafting, so maybe we actually keep these on us. And these are for upgrades, so I don't know, man. Like, I feel like they're on a bad spot either way. We need to put these in. Alright, maybe we'll just leave this down the way it is. It's the only thing that's not going to go here is the puzzle pieces, I think. Alright. Then let's go back to Horus. Gotta make room for the puzzle pieces, I guess. In Horus, specifically. I don't mind leaving the horses in there. And the horse medallions. Until we're done with horses. Once we're done with horses, I'm not going to touch horses anymore. I mean, maybe I'll do it a little bit more just so I can like breed for other people or something, but put these in here. Okay, so we're gonna put these back. And then we're gonna put all of these. We'll get the extra from my stash. Because I want all of them in one spot, so I don't have to think about, oh, well, these ones go here, and these ones go there, and I need to move this over here, and this over there. I don't want to deal with all that stuff. I also want to have everything consolidated into one house instead of having multiple houses. Alright, that's taken care of. Can drop. That kind of don't want to have to deal with like elixirs, foods, and everything being spread out, but it's fine. Put them in for now. Just don't have to deal with holding on to them. This needs to go to the other town. I think we're good enough for now. We can consolidate a few things. But I need to find the construction person really fast. I need to figure out what happened to my essence thing. And why I can't make leathers or fabrics. Like the tailorer, right? I have the loom, but I can't make. Oh, it's thread weaver. Okay, so yeah, so we have the tanner. We need the spinning wheel. Okay, that's what we're missing. And then we need the essence refiner. Okay, let's look. We need spinning wheel. And bro, we had an essence one. We had this. I might have thrown it away. Nice. Let's go, mate. Making that progress. All right. So we have enough wood. We need some resin wood. So 40 resin wood and 120 ore. So we have the ore here. All right. I'm going to go back really quick. I'm going to grab some resin wood from RageUMad. I'll have to farm it right now. And we're going to get these 2 benches. So I can get rid of some of this material I have. Extra hemp, this extra wool. So and then we needed 40 of this, I think. And I'm just gonna pull out. Oh, we have the iron. Okay. And then we'll just go to the other place. All right, we're almost done, guys. I don't know what we're gonna do for. We have 45 minutes, and I really don't feel like doing anything else tonight. That's why I kind of want to just take the time to rearrange my town and my house. Ugh. Yeah, I'm trying to save up for yellow water right now in my fountain. It's gonna take a while, I think. I don't make a lot of gold per day. So I think that's gonna take me a hot minute. Yeah, the daily reductions is what I would definitely focus on for sure. All right, so 1 spinning wheel, and then 1 essence refiner. Let's see here. We haven't done an alchemist workbench yet. We have that. We have that. I could delete this and put a bigger cooking station in. That would be kind of nice. We need this. We have just bought. We just bought. I think we have one of these. We might not have a Tinker's anymore. We have this. We have this. We have all those. I would like to have like one of everything, honestly. At some point I'm gonna need more, but alright. So let's see here. That's kind of in the way. That's fine. And then that should work. All right. The spinning wheel. All right. We need. All right. Not too terrible. Cleaning cloth. I don't know which one I need, if I'm being honest. I don't know what cleaning cloth is used for. These just take the threads. All right. So let's go grab all of our hemp and weave and whatnot. Here's our hemp. Oh my god. Just let me take it all out at one time, please. So annoying. Yeah, because we have excess and I don't want to just let it go to waste, so I'll use it for what we can. Alright. One chest we can use. It haven't hit enter every single time. Oh, I forgot. I can't use all of them at the same time. Okay, fine. So, boom. We can bring a chest over. Put the rest in. I'll have to do the same thing for the essences as well. I'll have a bunch of like one tier, but not enough benches to do all of them. But put it here, and we'll just dump the rest. Essence. Alright, so guess we just make what we can. Let's just go grab all our essence. This way we can just save some inventory space, bare minimum. Ugh. I don't know what to do with these yet. I use for something else. Just over here. Okay. Bees can be moved. Beets. Fine. Alright, we can take the bees out and we can have another chest. Going up, Synthetic. What's going on? Welcome, welcome. Appreciate you for stopping in. How you doing? Yeah, we're just rearranging some stuff, moving some stuff around, and getting ready to call it for the night soon. Just trying to get some organization, get our excess materials cooking stuff. Feel free to ask. We're here for about, I don't know. I can stay late if needed, but I usually get off in about 45 minutes. But if you have questions, I'll talk as long as I need to answer your questions. And depending on how many questions you got, we'll answer as many as we can. I'll show you as much as I can and explain it in as much detail as I can. Answer basically everything I can for you. Alright. There's that. Let's take a chest into the stairs. Sorry if those noises are a little annoying. That's this game can have a little irritation when it comes to sound effects. Oh, sorry about that. Alright, actually let's put oh wait, we have one upstairs. Nice. Trying to figure out where I should stick this other one. Don't want it to be in the way. Let me leave this room so it stops making noises. All right, so I'll just show you really quick from the beginning. So when you make a character, you make it on a specific server. You either play on EU, American, or Asia, right? And then your character is on the server, not the channel. So when you click on the server, you get to choose what channel you want to play on, and you can change whenever you want. So if I want to play on channel 1, I can play on channel 1. If I want to play on channel 2, I can play on channel 2. My character is on the server, not the channel. The top two are PvE. So there are PvP like sections inside of the PvE servers, but the PvP server itself is open world PvP everywhere but the cities. The PvE servers, which is what I play on, are PvE everywhere with very small areas of PvP. Right? With that in mind, servers matter to a point. So if you place your house down, your house is on that channel and not the other channel. So if you put a house down on channel 2 and you're playing on channel 1, your house will not be on channel 1. It'll only be on channel 2. So you have to go to channel 2 to access your house. So the houses are different based off of what channel you're on. You'll see different people based off of what channel you're in as well. But there is just PvP in the PvE servers. So these red circles are PvP zones. AKA if you put a house in a red zone, people can kill your house and you can fight over territory inside the house. Like inside these red zones. There's also this level 100 zone, which is all PvP. You enter this zone specifically to PvP and kill mobs and grind materials. But that's pretty much it when it comes to PvP in the open world on a PvE server. But on, like I said, a PvP server, everything is PvP. The only thing that's not PvP is they can't kill your house on a blue side, on a blue circle. They can fight you in the open world, but they can't destroy or steal materials from your house if it's on a blue circle. Does that make sense? So the only lock in this game that I can think of is you have to do the main story quest up to at least a minimum point. I would recommend just finishing it because it takes you like a few hours, maybe like 6 hours if you don't know what you're doing. And it gets you all the way to level 50, which is halfway to level 100, obviously, which is max level, which is not quite halfway. Halfway is like level 92. But anyway, certain professions are locked behind the quest line, and certain aspects of the game don't unlock until you've done the quest for it. So I would highly recommend, because you're going to start here, you're going to do the quest chain. Just do the quest chain all the way until it brings you to like, I don't know, I think it brings you to here. And it wants you to be level 50, and once you've done that, the game is completely open to you. There's nothing locked behind anything except for this zone, which is locked behind level 100. You have to be level 100 to enter this zone specifically. Everything else, you can do whatever you want. Like, I'm level 65 and I'm fighting level 100 mobs with no downside, right? Partying with people, there's no downside. World bosses, obviously the higher level you are, and if you're ranged, it's better. So you don't die as much. But there's like open world puzzle rooms that you need to find these puzzle pieces to access it. There's no level lock behind that or anything. Nothing. Like, the thing about PvP is this is all the events, right? You got dungeons, which are really bad, but you can do X amount of them a day. You can store up X amount of points, you know, and I've been capped for months, so I get nothing. But you can farm resources from doing the dungeons, right? You can farm the same resources from doing open world bosses that spawn on timers in certain locations. And then you got arena battles, right? So this is like Arathi Basin from World of Warcraft. This is King of the Hill. This is like team deathmatch, I guess is what you would call it, and then capture the flag. So you got these, but you're in brackets. So depending on your level, you're in a bracket range to fight other people. But that's like you zone into it to fight it, so there's no lock behind that. Zenith Conquest is a four-team battle royale against a boss and players, and whoever does the most damage to the boss by the end of the fight kind of wins. So it's 25 players on each team, all fighting. It's just kind of mayhem. Um, Olympus Wars is 1v1s. It's like the 1v1 arenas kind of thing. And every week or every 2 weeks, there's like a winner. They get bonuses and benefits from winning. And then you got the combat zones. This is what we're talking about before. This is the PvP combat zone that I was telling you about, where you have to be on channel 4 and you have to be level 100 to enter it. Then they just added the trio PvP arenas. They're adding castle sieges and territory control for guilds. And guilds do have guild versus guild weekly events that they fight against each other for ranking and status and stuff like that. Yeah, I played WoW for like 15 years, and I played on a PvP server, got ganked a handful of times, hated it, and eventually I stopped playing on PvP servers. And it's just boring. Like, you get camped by dickheads, you get camped by childish people. Bro, I remember back in the day trying to quest in Terran Mill and it just being littered with millions of fucking skeletons because the Horde and the Alliance did nothing but PvP in that zone all day. You couldn't quest there because there was so much PvP going on. It was crazy. But anyway, I digress. So yes, you can play this game 100% without PvP. There is a few caveats to that. There are a few professions that are only doable in PvP. So sea merchants can only be done on channel 4, which is a PvP server. So you can be ganked, you can be killed. So you can't do sea merchant trading unless you are risking the chance of dying. And you can't do caravan thieving unless you're on PvP server as well. You can do regular caravans, but you can't caravan thief unless you're on a PvP server. And you can't do sea merchant unless you're like, you can be on a sea merchant and you can do sea content, but you can't do trading missions unless you're on channel 4. Everything else in the game can be done on a PvE server with no problem. You won't get ganked, you won't have any problems. The only thing I suggest is just don't put your house in a red zone. The only thing I can really tell you. And I'll give you the advice now. Houses are important, and so are clan houses. So you can make your own clan if you want and take advantage of it if you want. There are benefits to being in a big clan that's leveled up already. But the main purposes behind the altars is... So what the altar does is, if you do professions or combat within the radius of your altar, which is 5,000 meters, FYI. 5,000 meters is from here to roughly all the way up here. So it's like half this screen. It's really long, right? So it would go all the way up to like right here. So it's a big 360 radius around wherever your altar is. And for that works for your household, your personal altar, and your clan altar. So it gives bonus XP to whatever you're doing. So you get bonus XP for killing mobs, you get bonus XP for doing your professions, and so on and so forth. So having both of them in the same place gives 2 buffs, or 2 bonuses to EXP. So typically, if you want to level your professions faster or your combat faster, you put both of your houses close, like not close, but within 5,000 meters of what you're grinding. And then you also pop a city buff. I'll show you that. Costs you a little bit of money, but money's easy to farm. But you find these statues in every city, every major city. You talk to them, and you can buy like a 1 hour buff for 2,000, or you can buy like a 4 hour for 8,000. 10 hours, so on. So for however long you're gonna play for, whatever you're gonna do. But you got profession 1, and you got a character 1, And then you got increased drop rate. I don't recommend this until late game. And then I don't recommend weapon one because you're not going to really have that much of a problem farming weapon XP until really late game as well. But if you're doing professions, pop a profession one. 40% is huge, especially when that 40% gets multiplied by your altars. And then same thing with the combat XP one. It's actually large. There's a few other little caveats to the EXP that you get from the altars that I won't go into until you really have questioning, until you get into it and really want to try it or whatever. But you can buy every house in every city, and you can buy every farmland in every city if you wanted to. You can build your own house instead of using houses in towns, but there's an upkeep cost to like survivability, decaying system to the altars. So the more stuff you build on it, the more it requires per day to do upkeep, stuff like that. So that's why you see I have all of my crafting stations inside of a house in here, so I don't have to pay an upkeep cost. And I'm lazy with our house because I've moved it so many times that I haven't built a single thing on my house. I literally place the altar down and leave it and don't touch it. I just add stuff to the decaying part so it doesn't decay, so I can get the clan and individual altar experience buffs. And as long as what I was gonna say about the niche thing about the EXP buff is, you know how, like, you see how I'm getting EXP right now? I have stuff processing in those things in that house. As long as my character stays within the radius of my altars, it doesn't matter where those things are being processed. Like, they don't have to be within inside of the circle, right? If I teleport outside of the range of my altars, I'll stop getting the clan and individual altar bonuses, and I'll stop getting extra XP. So I have to stay inside of my altars the whole time those things are processing. I was going to show you some houses really quick, FYI. For 1% tome today, yeah, that's crazy. I need like 2,800 points to get to top 10%. I just can't be bothered to do it. Nice, mate. You're getting so close to your 10%. That's huge. Do you have any other specific questions, Synthetic? Or do you need any help with something, or want me to explain something, show something, or give any more context to something? Like I said, I don't mind answering questions. That's what we're here for. But this is what my house looks like. Like, I think this is my house. You just plop it down. And you don't have to build on it. You literally just have to have the altar. But if you do want to build, you can. And then there's my clan one right there as well. They literally have nothing on them. But this is what you can do with a regular house, right? So these are professions. So you can capture sheep and goats and pigs and chickens and cows in the world, and you can place them down, and then you can do the husbandry skill. So you can gather, the meats and the wools and the stuff. So you can use those for other professions. From those, you can also do beekeeping. So you can capture. You have to capture bees first. You have to capture these types of bees, and then you put these inside of that with some other materials, and then they produce other materials for you. Top of all of this, you can also plant the farming stuff on these on the ground, on the soil, on the ground specifically. These animals can actually be placed up here if you wanted to. You can put them on top, so they're not on the ground, and then you can plant your farms underneath. The only problem with the houses is there's a limited number of entities you can have on your house. So mine currently is 720. 719 because the altar counts as one, and any buildings you build, any foundations you build, any pigs you place down, any beehives you put down, any workstations, any storage chest, whatever, everything counts towards this number. And then the more you add, the more your upkeep cost goes up by. So something like that has a pretty hefty upkeep cost. Bigger houses obviously have even more upkeep costs. Anyway, do you have any other questions, concerns, thoughts, or issues, or want to know anything else? Also, if you haven't already and you are planning on getting the game, using my creator code or my referral code in the top would be nice. If you don't want to, use it for me, you can use it for any other streamer, but I highly recommend you use any Buddies referral code to help somebody out, because it's going to give you 400 premium currency for using a code, and it's going to give whoever you use, it's going to give them another person that reaches 5 hours, and once they get to another threshold, they'll get an extra chunk of stuff. Right? So use anybody's. It doesn't have to be mine. Just use anybody's you want to support and help out. But yeah. So I've had 9 people use mine. Only 7 people have reached 5 hours. If I get to 20 people, I'll get 2,000 more credits. I don't really care, honestly. I do everything free to play anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But there's a lot of things inside the game that you can participate in. The only thing I would say the game is currently light on is PvE content. I know you don't like PvP, so this might be kind of a detriment to you. But the main thing that there is to do is there's like 30-something professions. There's leaderboards, which you're already behind on, and you're not going to be able to get onto all the leaderboards, but you can get onto some of them. And then there's the dog shit dungeons right now. There's the open world sea content that you can kill mobs and stuff out there. And then there's just the combat grinding. So they're going to be adding more down the road, and they're going to be polishing things. But the game itself is lacking when it comes to dungeons and raids right now. Yeah, it's like I said, it was $1 earlier this month. It would have been a perfect time to purchase it. If you're on the fence about it, Synthetic, I would wait for it to go on $1 sale again. Just put it on your wish list, wait for it to go on $1 sale, buy it when it goes to $1, and it'll give it time to cook a little bit, add some more content that might be interesting to you, and polish a little bit of quality of life. Like I said, since you're not a PvPer, just like me, unless you're really, really, really into doing professions only and grinding them heavily, I would put this on hold for now. Because like I said, there's not a lot of PvE content. The only PvE content we have right now, other than professions, is this dog shit ass dungeon system. That is terrible, beyond terrible. Like, you can speedrun these dungeons in less than 5 minutes. They have 0 mechanics to worry about. They have 0 like issue like clearing them. Like, there's no danger really. I mean, there is, depending on your build and your and some other miscellaneous things, because you can get one shot if you don't have enough HP. You can die if you don't have enough potions or survivability or something. It can happen, but they're really fast and they're really simple. Like, they're very brain dead. And other than that, it's just you grind mobs for like 1,000 hours. Like, to get to level 100, it's gonna take a while, right? It takes a lot of grinding just to get to level 100, and on top of that, in order to get your pet system, because you have pets, you start off as like a gray, then you go to a green, then you go to a blue, then you go to purple, then you go to legendary, and in order to upgrade them, you have to have extra pets. I'll show you one really quick because I actually want to upgrade one of my pets, and it's ready to upgrade. I'll show you what I mean. So when you can only get pets from mob drops. Also, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. You can only get pets from mob drops. So you have to grind mobs to get pet drops unless you buy them from other players. Which, if you're not playing solo self-bound / Ironman like I am, you can just buy them from people that have already leveled them up if you want. Not hard, like I said, it's not hard to make money, so you can do that to save yourself some time if you want. But what it boils down to is you have to farm extra mobs. Yeah, the sale ended on like the 8th or something. But so you first thing you have to do is you have to level the pet up to its cap. So gray is cap at 9, green's cap at 19, blue's cap at 29, and so on and so forth. So once you level it up to max level, you then have to have extra. Sorry, I'm trying to find the thing. You have to have extra pets laying around that you're to consume, right? So I currently have these 3. This is a green, so I don't need as many as I normally would. So I'm going to consume these into my new pet, right? So I go into evolve. I need 10 evolution points. Grays give you 2. I don't know why I can't add this one. I don't know what to do with this. Maybe I have to feed them. I don't know. But so grays give you 2. I thought green you could use greens, but maybe you can't use a green on a gray. I don't know. Let me grab another one really quick. Hold on. I thought I could use the green one. But yeah, so you need 5 grays to level a gray to a green, right? And then to go from a green to a blue, you need double. Right, so this will push him to a green, makes him better. So now instead of 1 item every 2 seconds, it's 1 item every 1 second, and then when you make him to a blue, he gets even stronger. And like I said, with the green guy, to go to a blue, you need 20 points. So that's 10 grays or 2 blue or 2 greens. It's actually not too bad. That's equivalent. So I just need 5 more grays, and I can get a blue upgrade, which is actually tolerable. I didn't know the greens would give me all the points that they would have been worth. That's pretty nice. So they're worth 10 points. These are worth 2 points. And you work your way up. That's kind of nice. But that's why you got to grind mobs. If you want to level up your pets, you got to do that. If you want to, level up other things. And same thing with horses. If you want to, so you start off with a dog, water, horse. And if you want a better horse, you got to do horse breeding, or you got to buy it from another person. So you start off with green horses, or you capture some blue horses, and you start on blues, and eventually you get a really, really rare chance to get a purple. And then once you have a purple, whatever, I'm just say it that way. Once you have a purple, then you have to get like a female purple and a male purple, and you only get 3 breeds, right, per mount, per female mount. And if you don't hit another like a higher tier, you gotta keep rinsing and repeating until you eventually finish it. All you really need to know for now. But if you, like I said, you can watch us play on our normal days. I do have an Ironman series on my YouTube. It's in my About Me. It's our VODs channel. We just upload all our VODs over there. You can see the progress, and you can kind of skip through and kind of see some of the content. I said most of it is either me grinding mobs to get pets, or me farming tokens, which is a daily token grind that we do. And then, which is like talking to these NPCs and giving them the resources they need every day to farm tokens. Use the tokens to gather premium currency to purchase upgrades for the account and stuff like that as a free-to-play player. That's why Mom tagged is free-to-play and Ironman. But you can like investigate that kind of stuff if you want. You can look at that. If not, we do have a Discord as well. You can always ask questions in there and hang out, chat. I think I'm gonna get off here 15 minutes early. Unless anybody's got any more questions for me, I think I'm gonna call it now. I'm hungry and I want to go get a workout in 3 days. So you got 3 days to get a couple more points, mate. That I think you got this. A little effort. I don't know about you, Fip. 200 points is a little rough. But I don't have questions. Oh God, please no. What do you have a question on, Fip? This is a dumb question. I'm just alt F4ing. Let's see what we got. Oh yeah, I needed to make a harvesting tool. I forgot. Go back. I need to make a harvesting tool really quick. I need to make 2 of those. I should probably put the forge up there with my smelter. I think I'll move the forge up. And I need to make like I said, some harvesting tools really quick. I'll put it over here. I'll block the door. I don't really care. Alright. So let's grab this and this. Alright, so let's make... Wait, what? 2 of these. Alright. So that will give us... Alright, so let's put this here, go there. We'll put the sickles there. And then we'll move these down. Use all those. So we should be good. This one will break tomorrow, probably. Actually, we're gonna be not really doing much. But I'll need another advanced one soon. Something like that. Oh, if I have any questions, no. I'm good. I'm just gonna craft these 2 things, and then I'm gonna call it a night. Like I said, if you guys, like I said, if you guys haven't joined the Discord and you want to join the Discord, feel free. The only thing I ask is don't be a dick. If you ever have any gaming questions, ever need help, want to share something, show something off, or help somebody else out, feel free to chime in at any time. If you ever want to reach me on my days off when I'm not streaming, or after stream or before stream, that's the best place to do it. Just at me. I am going to be taking this week off, so I won't be back until next weekend. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday of next weekend. I'm gonna come back on either Friday or Saturday. I haven't decided yet. But if you haven't checked out the VODs channel, you know, go into the About Me, give it a little clicky, you know, go look at it over there. If you ever missed a stream, want to catch up on a stream, want to rewatch a stream you might have missed or missed something, that's the best place to do it. But I appreciate y'all. Hope you had a good time. Hope you had a good rest of your day. And hopefully you guys have a good week. What's up, Pip? Or what's up, mate? Sorry. But yeah, hopefully I catch you guys next weekend. Worst case scenario. If you guys need me in the meantime, hit me up in the Discord. I will still be around on the Discord during the day. Throughout the week. I got a lot of house stuff to get done. I gotta like paint the house on the inside. I gotta like get the new carpet installed. I gotta move a bunch of furniture and stuff. So I just took the week off so I can get all that done. Teal 10. Nice! That's huge. I'm stuck on teal. Teal's like kicking my ass. Yeah, I'm stuck on like 8 or 9. It's fucked. But anyway, I appreciate you guys. Hope you guys had a good time. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Like I said, if you need me, hit me up in the Discord. If you haven't checked out the boss channel, check it out. And I will talk to you guys next weekend, hopefully. Bye, bye, bye. Thank you. See you. Bye, 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 bye.